Hey everybody, how's it going today? Sorry I'm late. I had to push back the time. I had an important phone call earlier and I mean, at that point I was like, "Oh my god," I was like shaking so bad that because I was cutting it close by the skin of my teeth as usual, but it was just extra shaky today. I'm extra sensitive today. So I apologize because I don't really know how this is going to go. I mean, but that kind of goes, every week. Every week I pretty much don't know how it's going to go. And we just do it. And anyways, it's just really heavy right now. So and because I'm going to talk about it, I think it's going to make me cry. So I don't know. I just feel like it's going to. I already did before I came on, but it's just heavy because of so many things. The one thing, and I mean, I'm not just here to be negative Nelly and just Debbie Downer. I'm not here to just, always. I'm a realist, and I don't know what I'm supposed to feel or how I don't know. This is still new to me in that sense because, I mean, this is different. They're all different. The ones in Idaho were for Tylee and JJ, from my family, and then Tammy. But I never was one that was. I don't have the ability to like. I can't separate them. So when other people separate them, I'm just like, oh yeah, okay. Like here's my cue, here's my sign, and I should do the same. But it's so hard. I can't because it's one big, huge clusterfuck. It's one big, huge trauma. It's one big, huge, painful story. And it's still going. And she's okay with that. And that just is an extra layer of torture and anger and many other things that, are right here bubbling at the surface. And it's heavy. Let me, finish my sentence from earlier, but or my thought was I got to a point today where I'm just like, I guess, from 2 trials already down under our belts, right? I just have a huge void in my soul, because I realized at that time that everybody, it seems like I have a whole different idea of what justice looks like. And apparently 2 down, 1, here we go for round 3. Then 1 to go after that. It's like, I don't know. I'm not satisfied. I don't, and that sounds horrible. 'Cause I'm grateful. I am so grateful, that they're being held accountable. However, it's just my idea of justice. My, it is an idea. Everybody has a different outlook or perception or idea of what justice looks like to them. And as soon as it was, each trial ended in Idaho, it was like, okay, that's it, and then we go back to our home or whatever, and we sit there with all the puzzle pieces, and I listen to the recordings over and over and over and over again. I read the things. This is what I do. I wallow in this case every day since July 12th, 2019. But, and I'm just like, well, wait, like there's more. There's so much more that I've discovered just on my own. That it's like nobody else is like, I feel like I'm in a whole other dimension by myself or something. And everybody else or mainstream or, I don't know what else to say, but everybody else is way over on the opposite side. And I'm just like, I feel like a fish out of water. I feel like, hey, don't y'all want to know? I mean, what is that? Anyways, it's just, I don't know. I don't feel like this is justice. But, and I'm also not being unrealistic. I'm not thinking that it's never going to breathe life back into them again. I've said that so many times. It doesn't right any wrongs. It doesn't fix anything. It doesn't take the pain away. It doesn't bring them back and let them live their lives and grow old and happy and, independent away from her. Let her go do her thing. Let Lori go do her thing. You know? But there are so many things that failed my family and continue to fail my family in that sense, because I know it's not, it just shows me how broken a lot of things are. And I mean, of course, you're not going to know that, you won't know that your car can break down unless you actually have one, like you have to actually have one. So I never went through a trial before, and we actually had one. Then we had two, and now we're on number 3. And it just seems like, why isn't Melanie and Zalema, Zalema, I do believe she was really hands-on, pretty much rating my uncle as fucking dark. And I believe that's why she had use immunity or whatever the hell deal she made with another devil. I don't know. I wasn't there. But why aren't they there? Why aren't they being called? I understand it's about winning the case, and getting justice, but I want answers. I want answers. And I didn't get them with the other 2 trials. I still sit there, and you can't get blood out of a turnip, It only gives you so much. And there's still so many holes that I need other people to catch on to. I need other people to like catch up and put some things together, because this is huge. And now I'm going to give us some credit, because I do believe that right here, this community right here, we have, made leaps and bounds. And I consider that justice. I consider every answer one more answer, like it's like, oh my God, one more puzzle piece. Okay, now I'm starting to see the bigger picture. I'm starting to see what's going on, well, damn, I suck. Sorry. Get my blue paper towels out. It's just heavy. Thank y'all for being here. I'm so glad to see you. And thank you for advocating for my family. Just thank you for being you. And just being genuine and real and resilient, and you care, and you know that there were so many injustices done. That's why you're here. It pisses you off. All right, let me get that together. Because I know that, like, once this is adjudicated, I know that once they find the hooker's ass guilty again, because they will, that's a whole another one down. It's like it's huge, though, because it goes right back to where it started. Sorry. Oh, This is bullshit. So bullshit. It's like if I could just put her away and just make her go away so she could stop doing this to everybody. And I know it's just right around the corner. We just have to get through this in order to get to that, you know? And it's just so wrong in so many ways, you know? So is blaming your daughter, who's your victim. So is it's so many things. She's so fucked up. She's so fucked up. Okay, get it together. I'm trying. It just feels like an ending that I'm just not ready for. And I mean, it's not about me, but you know, I'm kind of part of this family, so it has affected every facet of my life. My kids, Jason, my parents, my everybody. It's like Jason said it earlier, it's like she silently murdered us in a way. And it's invisible, but it's not, you know? Because I think all of us, a piece of us all died that day. And every day that we found out something new, some more tragic news, more deaths, you know, and I'm not gonna let her win, but damn, you know, 6 years, I'm freaking tired. I'm worn down, you know, and I can breathe. I mean, not like out of my nose, but I can breathe. I just want to make it count. I want to make every fucking breath count. Again, I never I mean, I knew, right? You come from a family, right? Okay, yeah, everybody does. But I've always felt so alone. Black sheep. Although, you know, I still had communications with everybody, but I kept everybody at a distance, and I still do. And I mean, it's obviously because I always marched to my own drum, you know? Everybody's over there looking like they're all, you know, like justice is served, and I'm over here like, wait, what? I'm way back here. Do y'all even fucking care? You know, like, does anybody care? Like, it's so weird. It's so weird. Don't get me wrong, I have a lot of things to be grateful for, and I am. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, fucker. She says, Christian, we got your back. We all love and support your whole family. Fuck her. I just thank you. And you're right. And I mean, yes, as soon as I stop crying, it'll be, you know, I'll be right back to my regular self. But I don't know. It just culminated, you know, it's just like the buildup, and it has nowhere to go. Thank y'all so much. Y'all are the most beautiful people ever, I swear. I couldn't, there's no way any family that goes through this, but especially mine, we couldn't do this without you. You have no idea how inspirational you are. Y'all give me something to look forward to. I feel like I'm with my friends, with my family that I choose, that chooses to be here, that wants to be here, that I want to be around, and y'all are God's army. Always have been. And any family that's going through this and any victim who's unfortunate, who finds themselves on out of this life, I'm just saying in their death. Y'all are so caring and y'all just want justice for the victims. And that's what it's about. It really is what it's about. It's just so bizarre and backwards, just like Lori's thinking and her beliefs or whatever the hell. It's like we got dragged into their world, and the only thing that keeps me going is humanity. Just seeing the beautiful in humanity, like everybody just comes together and we have our differences. But we're not like, it's not petty, it's real, and it's a process for sure. I don't want any of you to ever have to go through this. Some of you have, some of you still do, because it doesn't go away. I'll tell you that right now. It does not go away. If anything, it intensified. I just didn't know what I was looking for. I just knew it was something, my intuition was telling me it was just the sound of, the alarm bells were just going off. Like, something's not right here. Something is so wrong in this whole situation. All of them, everything failed them. Just about. Just about. And again, I look at the church. I look at everything. I don't put anything off limits. There's no such thing as off limits over here, okay? Everything's possible, especially after, learning all the things about this woman right here and the dark arts that she is into, because she's still, when she got extradited over to Estrella jail from Idaho, she ordered her another Visions of Glory book, copy, and she ordered this other book that's about witches, and another one that Chad Daybell had published for somebody, Paul Rand, I don't remember the name, but she's still bippity boppity for sure. Conjuring, seance, probably doing light as a feather, stiff as a board with her cellmates. Just figured. I hope it made you laugh. I hope it does. Thank you. Thank you, Dawn. It's so sweet. I appreciate that. I appreciate you all. I feel like I shortchanged y'all so many times because, it's like I just want to it's like I want to hug every one of you, You guys have just been the absolute backbone to not only this case, but so many other cases. So many other victims are blessed enough to have you. And I am too. I'm blessed. Thank you. Anyways, I didn't really want to start like this, but I'm kind of calming down, so that's good. That's good. Yeah, there's more to the story, Donna, and you are going to tell it. Oh, Lord. It may not be this month or this year. It has taken a long time to get the stories of the Laffertys. We are going to finish it. Thank you. And we are. I guess I'm good for another year now. Oh my God. And what do we do? I just feel like somebody else is defining justice and closure for me. And I don't want that. That's like not for anybody else to decide. Already they decide everything else, They They decide, I mean, every part of this process, from Lori and Chad and how they treated their victims and, tried to delete them from this entire earth. They did from our lives, but never from our hearts, never from our memories. They can't take those away. Our love. But they tried their best. And I mean, even so much so that Chad handled the death, the funeral arrangements for every one of my family members, and that's so jacked up. And I mean, again, I'm not their judge. I'm not their execution. I don't have to be that, So I'm relieved for that. I am relieved. I'm like, I don't want that job. Oh my God, I don't want that job. I don't want to play God. That's not my place. Do people need to pay? Yes. I don't know. What good is it when these people don't ever want to freaking admit failure or they're wrong? Oh my God. That ego is immortal. I'll tell you that. That's about the only thing that translated, Yeah, the licked cupcake. Comparisons to abused children while ignoring grown-ass men choking on frosting. Girl, that's good. That's saucy. I like it. I love it. Yeah. It's just really shitty. And I need to take her off of the screen. I know y'all just love looking at her. We're going to be like seeing her way too much. And she is the Lord's favorite. Anyways, in case y'all didn't know, this is my aunt, the Lord's favorite. Hers is the Dark Lord, though. Now you know. Anyways. All right, I'm going to try and come onto the camera, but I don't know what it'll look like. So, give me a second. Let me mute myself so I can get my lungs together. All right, I found it. It was on the floor. I'm just kidding. Thank y'all for putting up with that. I'm so sorry. And so what do y'all want to talk about? I figured we'd talk about race cars or something. No. Snails, anything but the hooker. No. I've been, pulling stuff and working it in, but then right whenever it comes to be showtime or whatever, go live, my mind just, I don't know, the only way I can accurately describe it, and so it might be confusing, but my brain, it just gridlocks. It's like a traffic jam. And I'm like, I don't remember where I put anything. I don't remember what my plan was in my head. Even if I write it down, I wouldn't remember where to find it. It's crazy. And I just think it was hesitation and me not wanting to just face the music, So, I'm not saying it's easy, but it is absolutely impossible to go around it. You can't go around these things. You can't dodge these things. As much as it hurts, as much as you don't want to come to terms with your own feelings, I don't even know what to do with them right now. I don't even know how I feel yet. I have to process everything, and it's not often I get to even feel, I feel so numb and so just not myself, like Jason said, he said it perfectly. He was like, it's like coexisting or something. It's a very weird and like a purgatory. I don't really know. It's so crazy. And I mean, I can remember times from my life before this. But I don't remember how to get there or what I was doing, or it's just like, it changed me. The murders changed me. The losses changed me. Her attitude and her behavior and her criminal acts changed me forever. many generations. It affects all of us. And I just think it's bullshit. Okay. First off, let's see. All right. I'm just trying to get my shit together, right? Let me see what this is. Oh, yes. And so, yeah, I got my phone back. Finally. Got my phone back, and it was reloading all my apps back on. And so it took forever, like a day, for my apps to load back on and all my info, which was weird because it's my same phone. They just fixed it. But beware with an iPhone 16 Pro Max, okay? Just beware, because I'm not the only one that had the same problem. So, but anyways, so it finally reloaded, and then I've had to, like sign back into all my accounts. I've had to change passwords because I couldn't remember them and it didn't save them. So, the ones where you're chasing your tail and you're like, oh yeah, what did I do? All right, let me see what this is. Okay, this is the one I think I uploaded earlier. Maybe not. So, I mean, there's a few things that I did pull up, like, I did, like an analysis or whatever, and it's about the Chandler Police Department report. It was an analysis of the provided text from the Chandler Police Department report. The report details the immediate aftermath of a shooting incident involving Alexander Cox and Charles Vallow. And so, I can't breathe. Here are the key points. Okay, the first point. Oh my gosh, my nose, y'all. I'm having to blow my nose. Let me mute myself again. All right. Or we can talk about feelings. It's one of the two. We're going to talk about murder or feelings, or feelings about murder. But anyways, initial response, it says the officers were dispatched to a shooting at a residence. The caller, Alexander Cox, claimed self-defense in the shooting of his brother-in-law, Charles Vallow. The urgency of the situation is evident in the dispatch, with the caller reporting a gunshot to the chest and the victim being unconscious. This information immediately establishes the severity of the incident and the potential for a homicide investigation. Alex did not want to perform CPR when the dispatcher asked him if he wanted to, and he claimed, quote, he didn't know how to do that, unquote. Alex and Lori talked twice immediately following Charles's murder, and Alex waited a total of 43 minutes before calling 911. Medical examiner and first responders claim Alex pretended to do CPR on Charles because there was zero evidence that he took any life-saving measures to save Charles. Also, Alex claims that Charles was, quote unquote, raging and threatening him with a bat. Yet, what did he do? Sarcasm here. Tell Charles what? Time out, while he walked to the guest room that he was staying in for one night, only in order to, just to retrieve his gun. Is he like, game on, game off? Hold on, you raging demon. Okay. So that just doesn't track, right? Okay, so he comes back with his pistol and he re-engages. I mean, that right there is huge red flag. I don't care who was being aggressive. I don't care. I'm just saying, you don't get away from it and then re-engage. You don't do that. Okay, so he's stupid, but we all know that. All right. And then not only that, but Lori has allegedly left by this time with the kids, supposedly. Who knows? And so you were protecting your sister. Okay. Charles, what's he want to do with you? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of things there. Jason's hitting the alarm. All right. So then, all right, let me find it. Let's see what a good place to pick up. I might have to repeat myself. Tell Charles. Okay, so what did he do? Tell Charles time out while he walked to the guest room for one night. that he was staying in for one night only in order to retrieve his gun, come back, and re-engage with Charles. That's opposite of de-escalation. Who he claims is still wielding the bat and this bat has no evidence of Charles even touching the bat. Make it make sense. Alex lied to Detective Moffat during his interview, claiming he had not talked to his sister Lori after she fled the scene with the children. Alex thought Charles was a dark spirit and even texted Lori, quote unquote, "Get rid of Ned already." This wasn't that day, but in the time prior. Alex thought Charles was a zombie, just as Chad and Lori referred to him as. Lori claimed Alex was her protector and claimed many times he would do anything for his sister. Apparently that meant killing her kids, her husband, Chad's wife, shooting at Brandon Boudreaux, his niece Melanie Boudreaux's now ex-husband, and his attack on Lori's ex-husband and Tylee's dad, Joe Ryan, even doing a small prison sentence for assaulting Joe with a taser gun during a kid exchange. Never that, history is a good indicator of future behavior or past whatever. I said it wrong. But anytime Lori is involved, obviously with any kind of harm being orchestrated by her, in my opinion, it's always around a kid exchange. I've said this so many times. It's a kid exchange. And in each one of these instances, it was a kid exchange. Alex attacked Joe at a kid exchange with a taser gun, right? And then that was in 2000? I don't remember. And then here we go. Fast forward to Charles, who was doing a kid exchange. He was going to pick up his son to bring him to school, to go have breakfast with him and then bring him to school. And that was a kid exchange. So that's number 2. Number 3, Brandon had just done a kid exchange with Melanie when he got shot at. So, I mean, I'm just saying, how Lori is like, that's my husband's MO. He always forgets his phone, then he comes back, and I'm like, whatever, hooker, whatever you gotta tell yourself. And she's fine with it, right? So, okay. All right, it says, seen upon arrival. Officers found Alex Cox outside the home, calm and cooperative, with a head injury. Charles Vallow was deceased inside the residence from a gunshot wound. The contrast between Cox's demeanor and the fact that a man was dead inside the house, not to mention that was his brother-in-law, right, would likely strike investigators as significant. Cox's calmness, despite the violent nature of the event, would be interpreted in various ways, influencing their initial assessment of his credibility and potential involvement. I feel like I need to share my screen with y'all because it's got to be boring looking at a freaking bubble. Well, let me go get y'all. Come on. Yeah, it's nothing special, but at least it's different. Okay. All right, Alex Cox's account. Okay, so he says a verbal altercation occurred between Charles and Lori Vallow, Cox's sister. The report indicates that the conflict... Oh my gosh, there goes my nose again. All right. The report indicates that the conflict between Charles and Lori predated the shooting, and it did. We'll read those text messages if y'all want to, suggesting a history of domestic issues or marital discord. Absolutely. This background could be crucial in understanding the dynamics that led to the confrontation between Charles and Alex. Tylee Ryan, Lori's daughter, brandished a baseball bat at Charles. The involvement of a teenager wielding a weapon adds a layer of complexity to the situation. It suggests a highly volatile and chaotic environment within the home, raising questions about the level of emotional distress and conflict present. Absolutely. Charles took the bat from Tylee. This detail is important in establishing the timeline of events and who had control of the weapon at different times. It also raises questions about Charles's behavior towards his stepdaughter and his state of mind during the altercation. Absolutely. Lori left the residence with her children. I call that's leaving the scene of a crime. Okay, that's what I call it. But she gets away with all kinds of shit because she's like made of butter. I don't know. Lori's decision to leave the home with her children could be interpreted in several ways. As the report suggests, it might indicate an attempt to de-escalate the situation, or signal fear for her or signal fear. What the hell? It might indicate an attempt to de-escalate the situation or signal fear for her and her children's safety. Yeah. Uncle Alex, right? Which investigators would also have to consider. For instance, leaving the scene of a crime, especially where a spouse has been seriously injured or killed, could suggest a level of involvement or prior knowledge. Well, ding, 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 huh? It could also imply that she was not entirely surprised by the turn of events. Oh, Lord. Furthermore, the fact that she left in Charles's rental car adds complexity. You know why? Because if he even wanted to fucking leave, he couldn't because she took his car. Was he going to walk? Run? I wish I knew how it went down. I wish I had like some kind of little spy thing. No, I don't want a portal. And I don't want to see it that bad. Anyways, I just wish, it's like I pray so hard that there are some kind of GPS steps, because he had his GPS services on. We know that. They tracked that phone once Lori left the scene of the crime with the two children and went to, Burger King, Walgreens, or CVS, Walgreens, all the places trying to get new flip-flops. And so I want to know if she had flip-flops on. Why did she change them? Why did she change their flip-flops? Did they not have flip-flops on? Did they not have shoes on? And why stop? Well, I mean, not just one Walgreens. She went to a couple. Okay, they were not open yet. Anyways, but we will hear from Detective Ariel Werther, who did an amazing investigative report, tracking her down. I do say. So we have him testifying for the state coming up. Okay, so just that's one. Now, I remember a while back, and I keep forgetting to look up. Okay, this was a while back, so I don't know. Hold on, let me type it in while I talk. State of Arizona, called Nicole oh my God, I don't know how to spell her name. Heidenberg. I think that's how you spell it. Nicole. I don't remember. For Lori Vallow Daybell trial in AZ. Because I remember something like, they don't have that. I don't think I'm spelling it right. Let me just Google her name. Because she testified in Lori's and Chad's FBI analyst. Oh, I can't. Testifies. Ooh. Trial. Oh, I always mess keys up. Okay. So it's definitely, Heidemann. She's the FBI tactical specialist, Nicole Heidemann. She testified in Lori Vallow's trial and Chad's. She read the James and Elena story. I think FBI agent Hart did also, I want to say, but I'm kind of mushing them together right now. But I remember this a while back, and I was like, I wonder why this is like before Lori was extradited, or because it was right after oh shit, I don't remember now, because I just confused myself trying to tell you that. It was after, I don't know if it was after her trial. It had to have been after Chad's trial. I'm just that's a guess, so don't quote me on that. Let's see, because it just kind of threw me a little bit, because I'm like, why? Okay, so that means they're really worried about the tactical aspect of Charles's case. If if Arizona is requesting Nicole Heidemann, I mean, unless they can do that, and let's say a prosecutor, whatever she motioned for, I don't know where to find it. Okay, but I remember this. What would be reasons? Do you get them and they can like do analysis for you? or I don't know. Or was it to testify? I have no idea how this goes. So let me I will put that, I will look this up though whenever we aren't live anymore. So because I want to know if I'm just making shit up or not. It's important either way. So, okay, it says it could, okay. Furthermore, the fact that she left in Charles's rental car adds complexity. Why not her own car? This might imply a desire to distance herself and her children from the scene as quickly and completely as possible. Charles and Alex continued arguing, and Charles struck Alex in the head, allegedly, with the bat. This is a pivotal moment in Alex's self-defense claim. The report notes that Charles struck Alex in the head, causing a laceration and a knot. This injury would be critical evidence for investigators in evaluating the legitimacy of Alex's claim that he was acting in self-defense. Yet Lori claimed to detectives she heard the shot. I heard the shot, is what she said. Like when Alex shot Charles twice. Okay. Alex retrieved his handgun, confronted Charles, and shot him when he refused to drop the bat. Alex's decision to retrieve his handgun and re-engage with Charles is a critical point of contention. Self-defense laws often require a person to reasonably believe that they are in imminent danger or of death. I'm sorry, I messed that up. Or serious bodily harm. Investigators would need to determine whether Alex's actions met this threshold. And so I guess I could throw my conjecture in here. Sorry if it don't make sense. My argument is that Lori, through extensive text messages between her and her brother, Alex, indicate that she was conspiring with Alex and Chad Daybell, her extramarital partner, now fifth husband, once they conspired to kill Chad's wife of 29 years. See, I told you it's not going to make sense. Tammy Daybell, that they were conspiring to provoke a fight, or they could have even planned it to where Alex shot Charles when he walked into the house to pick his son JJ up for school that morning. Since forensic test results rendered Charles's prints being on the... I wrote that wrong. So, oh wait, hold on. Since forensic test results rendered Charles's prints being on the bat came back inconclusive for Charles. So that I did find that in the report. Okay, so if we want to go take a look at that, I don't know if y'all want to. I just kind of running. That's what I do. Let's see, Dropbox. Let me pull it up. I don't want to share it. No. Okay, and let me look it up. All right, DNA. Okay, so it's gonna do Bednar. Hold on. It'll get there. There's only 13. And this is... Who the hell is this with? Assist with interview. Oh, that's Jason Mao. Jason Mao. Okay. A lot of Jason Mao, huh? Okay, so here's this forensic examination report, and it says 9/26/2019. I don't even know if this is it, but oh yeah, this is it. Okay, so it says, this is the report number 2019-083744, death investigation, Chandler Police Department. And so again, this is September 26th is when the report comes back, I guess. And Nathan Moffat is who requested it. It says items, CH130869-3, red, white, and black Rawlings bat. Results, interpretations. It says item number CH130869-3, processes used, chemical. 2 latent print images obtained, numbered 1 and 2. This item was swabbed, and the swabs were preserved as item number CH134232-1 and CH134232-2 for possible future DNA analysis. The evidence was released to the property and evidence unit for disposition. The latent print images were secured in the laboratory as item 004. Let me go to the next one because that one's not very, don't tell me shit. So right here it says, and this is on page 72. On 9/11, right, September 11, 2019, I requested the bat from the original incident be clean swabbed for DNA and then processed for fingerprints. I requested the fingerprints from the bat be compared to L. Charles Vallow, Lori Vallow, and Alexander Cox. Not Tylee, okay. The prints were later examined and found to be inconclusive. So see, I don't, there is a receipt in there too, but let me see what else this is. Yeah. And then, of course, right after Uncle Charles was killed, Alex hauled ass to Colombia, straight up. All right, so here we'll kind of go over Christina's, or let's see. It seems like a lot of people don't know about Nancy Jo. Let me tell you about Nancy Jo Hancock. I love me some Nancy Jo. I do. That's what we'll do. Let me know. Let me go over there and check on y'all. See if y'all are okay with that. First off. Okay. Hey. Hi, neighbors. Sorry. Remember that? Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to get this. Hey, Northwest. Their total lack of emotion when law enforcement got there. That should have been a dozen red flags. Amen. It still is some red flags, actually. Joe wasn't cut. Joe, he wasn't cuffed and in a car, but was sitting on a curb. Y'all, yes. I actually just published another body cam. It's just another angle. It's really boring, kind of. It's they finally pat him down, kind of. I mean, I wouldn't even call that a pat at all. It's like, oh yeah, yes sir, hey boss. It's like really disgusting. I do have that transcript. Now we can go over that. But for sure, while the other officers cleared the house. Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, sorry. Right. Northwest, that's an absurd assertion. He totally could have run off and done a multitude of bad things. I can send you a dozen YouTube videos with about a 5-minute search. Handcuffs were a minimum. It's crazy. It really is. I mean, this guy, it's like, I don't know if they did some bippity boppity boo and like put a spell on everybody or something. I mean, whatever. But it's like, I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks on you. That they said that one. And so everything did. Let's hear about Nancy Jo. Thank you. Hey, MM. Good to see you. It's so sad that Charles was on the verge of moving on. Yes, he was. Maybe to someone much kinder and a good match. And that would be Nancy Jo Hancock, y'all. I hope that nobody harasses her. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the first thing that went through my mind because, people be harassing on a regular, not, you know what I mean? True crime. We're nosy. But I mean, this was, okay, so we'll read Serena too. Okay. She's the only one I didn't catch a couple, within the past couple months as we've been preparing for this. All right. So this says on 4/22/2020. So April 22nd, my best friend's birthday, 2020, at 14:45 hours, I spoke with Nancy Jo. Do I have y'all? Let me see if I have y'all showing it. Yes, I'm sharing it. Let me do this so you don't think I'm ignoring you. You can see my bubble. Okay. Oh, crap, crash. Get over there. Right there. All right. So on April 22nd, 2020, at 14:45 hours, I spoke with Nancy Jo. We now know Hancock. Nancy Jo had gone on a date with Charles Vallow on 7/10. This is the night before he was murdered. Can you freaking imagine going on a date with somebody and then learning that they were effing murdered? I mean, just sit with that for a minute. Like, just the weight of that is devastating and traumatic, in my opinion. You know? So the night before he was shot and killed. All right. It says Nancy Joe had been given my information by Kay Woodcock. I had briefly spoken to Nancy. And you know what? You want to hear something that's, let me just connect all the sentimental stuff. Okay. But like my mom and Charles, they come from a family. I mean, some of them say 6, but really there were 7 of them. I don't understand. Maybe some of them don't want to explain the 7th, but my mom was let's see, it was Terry. She's the first one. Second one is Aunt Susan. The third is Uncle Charles. Then the 4th is Uncle Jerry. The 5th is my mom. The 6th was Aunt Nancy. And number 7 is my Uncle Bobby. So that's 7. But Nancy, she died when she was 18 months old on Christmas Eve. She died of pneumonia. My papa actually wrote a letter to God, and I have it. I'll share that with you in the future when we need a sentimental time or just to cry or something. I don't know. But I mean, it's just, I think that might have been what, caused the rift in the marriage of my grandma and my grandpa. I mean, I can't imagine losing a child. And so I'm sorry for anybody here who's dealing with that. It sucks. But I mean, that's the one thing that I can say is different. I've never lost a child. I'm just saying, like, death in general, like it's hard enough whenever it's a loss from, just regular circle of life, right? That's just life. It happens. But or natural causes, or because it was their time, so to speak, because they lived a full, long life, fulfilled, like they have children and grandchildren and they've lived, but I have a real problem whenever somebody else decides that, who ain't God. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where I'm just like, whoa, it's crazy. So that's where I stand with murder and invading someone's human rights. Okay. It ain't cool. Oh, shoot. Oh, hey. Y'all, I gotta mess things up a great deal. And then, yeah. Thank y'all for being here from the bottom of my heart. All right. It says, I had briefly spoken to Nancy Joe about a month prior, but at the time she was not sure if she wanted to be involved in this investigation. Girl, I don't blame you. My interview with Nancy Joe was recorded on my digital voice recorder and will be preserved as evidence in this case. The following is a synopsis of my interview with Nancy Joe. For full details, refer to the original audio recording. Well, let us have it. Okay, because it's not included in this FOIA request. All right, ready? All right. Nancy Joe said that she had met Charles at the Keg restaurant, which is interesting. We used to have a Keg nightclub, but near the Santan Mall on 7/10/2019. So that's where they went and had their date, right? Nancy Joe explained she met Charles through an LDS dating site in early July, and they chatted online until they went out on 7/10. Say that again. Explained she met Charles through an LDS dating site in early July. Okay. And they chatted online until they went on. Okay, so they've been talking for about 10 days or, give or take. Nancy said that she and Charles already, okay, no. Nancy said she and Charles spoke via telephone and text message after exchanging phone numbers. Nancy said Charles was a very upbeat person. Nancy Joe said Charles told her about his split with his wife. Nancy also said that Charles told her that Lori had disappeared for a few months, canceled his flights, taken his truck, changed his door locks, and also drained his bank account. Nancy Jo explained that Charles told her that Lori stated she was preparing for the second coming of Christ, which was supposed to happen in July. Nancy Jo said Charles told her that she had angels that would help her kill him if he got in her way. That's pretty big, you know? Can you imagine telling your new date that? I'd be so freaking, I'd be like, oh my God. But anyways, if she's a Mormon lady, she's heard her share of wild stories. I'll tell you that. In my opinion. All right. So Nancy Jo said Charles said Lori believed she could teleport. So this is interesting. Okay. This is important because this all goes back to Tom Harrison. Okay. This all goes back to old Tommy Boy, in my opinion. All right. So I'll say that again. Nancy Jo said Charles said Lori believed she could teleport to other places through a portal in her closet, which this means astral project. Okay. Because this was the whole another reason we heard that Lori wanted to get rid of Ned, aka Charles, because he was blocking her quote unquote gifts. She was not able to take off. Her landing gear just it wouldn't pick up. Probably she needs never mind, I'll stay out of that. She probably just needs new landing gear altogether. Hope it made you laugh. But anyway, so she's teleporting. All right. This is so important because they're not only are they like studying like some damn college, getting their doctorates or something into astral traveling and remote viewing. Okay. Same thing that Janet Russin does. And the same thing that Tim Ballard has utilized in his own, quote, I'm just going to say he claims to be rescuing children, but we all know that is not true. Tim Ballard is the founder and, he founded Operation Underground Railroad, which then led into that, that propaganda piece hit movie that came out in 2023, and it was called The Sound of Freedom. And yeah, so there's that part. But anyway, so yeah, Tim Ballard uses Janet Russin to do intel to find Gardy Marty. Or is it Marty Gardy? I always say it wrong. But it was this little kid that was originally from Utah who, he was actually in, what's it called? Haiti. And Gesno Marty was the adoptive father, I guess. And he was also a bishop at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints there in Haiti. And allegedly somebody stole Gardy Marty from services or after services were over in the parking lot, I want to say. And that kid has never been found 17 years later, but it's basically Tim Ballard's origin story. It's where he broke into the game or the field or notoriety basically. And rumor has it that Tim Ballard had got on the phone with M. Russell Ballard, who was the president of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles back for a long time. He actually just died November 12th, 2023. I wonder if I am autistic. All these damn things I'll never forget. But okay, so again, M. Russell Ballard was all behind Tim Ballard in establishing Operation Underground Railroad. And you got to ask, why? Pushing this whole, the American covenant, even so much so that like Tim Ballard's book, he wrote The American Covenant, which was very Mormon centered. And M. Russell Ballard allegedly helped Tim pull all of the Mormon esque tone that was in the book, pull that out and make it more Christian so it would appeal to a wider audience. And I am going to be honest, I asked myself so many times, actually, I hope that I'm proven wrong, but it just seems like another tomfoolery type shit that, another scheme, another way to defraud people and lie and trick them into falling for Mormonism or their scheme, whatever, and to dupe people, to me, it's just another scheme Yeah, go wider. Yeah, Russell Ballard was not a very successful businessman, first off. So there's that. But then Russell Ballard is also connected to Disney through Art Inkletter. I think that's how you say his name. I might have that backwards too, and Bob Hope. So there you go. hmm It just went south. And I mean, that's somewhere that Lori and Charles and the kids used to frequent all the time, where it was Disneyland. And I mean, Colby was even in Modern Family, the show, one time. They scouted him out there at Disneyland. Disneyland. Anyways, all right, let me get back to this though. But this whole teleportation stuff, it all goes right. It's all the same thing. That's why they're trying to get their higher vibrations. That's what that's all about. And then once they do, then they can quote unquote allegedly teleport, which I mean, we've uncovered the things right now. I mean, it became declassified from the government agency, the one that starts with a C, ends with an A. And I mean, I've read the stuff. I can't, my brain won't process it all. I've read it though, and it talks about the vibrations. It talks about hemi-sync, all kinds of terms. We know that Chad and Lori were on a yoga mat, and they had 2 yoga mats, but they didn't have any for the kids. This is when the FBI, everybody was looking for Tylee and JJ in Hawaii. Even couldn't find them there, but they were yogaing it up. So there's you. For all of you who maybe didn't know that part, and maybe I just gave you a couple new rabbit holes or something. You're welcome. Sorry. But anyway, so I mean, this all tracks back. This is also what Melanie Pulowski was all about doing. That's all she was talking about too. That's what Brandon has said. So, just interesting. It's just a fun fact, or not so fun fact. All right. Okay, so through her closet portal, and we also, Jason Mal, I wanted to tell you this, Joe. I remember you had asked me if Jason Mal was into this portaling stuff, and I didn't think about it immediately, but after we were live, I thought about this part where I do have screenshots of Jason Mal talking about going and praying in a closet. So yeah, I would say yeah. I just had forgotten, I just don't see him portaling. Every day we portal, and if you know, you know, right? All right. So here we go. Okay. Nancy said Charles told her Lori believed she was sealed to Moroni in another life, and she lived other lives, including notable people in history. Yeah. I asked Nancy Joe if Charles said anything about how things were going between him and Lori at the time. Nancy Joe said Charles was concerned with JJ being involved in Lori's craziness. Nancy Joe said Charles told him about Lori's teenage daughter and Tylee, and how she was rebellious against Lori, but she was very close to JJ. I asked Nancy Joe if Charles said why he was in town, and she said he was in town to see JJ. Nancy Joe said Charles was going to take JJ to school the next morning. Nancy said Charles told her Nancy said Charles told her Lori was writing email from him to other people pretending to be Charles. Nancy explained that Charles discovered the emails and was speaking to Lori's brother Adam about this. Okay. That corroborates that part, huh? Sorry, my mouth keeps getting really dry. All right. Nancy Joe said Adam had come into town at the same time, but she was unsure where from. Nancy Joe said Charles and Adam were supposed to meet on 7/11, 2019, after Charles dropped JJ off at school to discuss how to confront Lori about her beliefs that she was a god and here to usher in the second coming of Christ. Another dog whistle, y'all. It's a dog whistle. Don't get alarmed. Nancy Joe said Charles and Adam wanted to get Lori help for those behaviors. Nancy said she and Charles finished dinner at about 2200 hours and texted until about 2300 hours. Okay, so this is like what, 10 to 11 at night? I'm not a mathematician, so all right. So Nancy said that she sent Charles a text in the morning, but she never heard back from him. Poor thing. Nancy Joe talked about their date and their conversation during it. I asked Nancy Jo if there was anything she thought I should know about her interactions with Charles. Nancy Jo said Charles still had JJ's service dog in Texas, and Charles was concerned that Bailey was not with JJ. Nancy Jo said it was hard to believe from what she knew and saw in the media that if Charles struck Alex with a bat, that he would have Alex with a bat, that he would not have injured him more. She was yeah, okay. Nancy Jo said Charles was in very good condition and he took good care of himself. Y'all, I mean, watching that body cam footage again, I mean, he's 62 and he's like scaling a freaking fence, a gate or whatever. And I'm just like, holy crap. Okay, so I asked Nancy Jo if Charles ever mentioned Lori's brother Alex, and she said he had. Nancy Jo said Charles described Lori and Alex's relationship as strange and added that Lori had weird control or power over him. That's so true. Wow. I asked Nancy Jo if Charles said anything to her about his relationship with Alex, and she said that they have a fine relationship, but it became a little strained since they were getting divorced. Nancy Jo added that Charles believed Lori was having an affair with a doomsday writer, and added that he had found where Lori had emailed videos of her dancing, right? There's a dance. You can dance if you want to, or like Lil Brand sent me, you can chant if you want to, because she's a witch. Haha. Anyways, to the writer, who she later named as Chad. I asked Nancy Jo if Charles ever mentioned Chad's name to her or if she had learned it from the media, and she said she was not sure. So, I mean, I can see Lori harping in on this shit right here. You know, what she learned from the media, that's hearsay, you know. Anyways, Nancy Jo said Charles was not happy about the email he had found that was authored under his name, but not by him to the author. The email was not by him to the author. Nancy Jo added that Charles did not like who Lori had become since she started interacting with the author Chad. Nancy Jo said, since seeing the media coverage on this case, it was clear that Charles was talking about a person who fits Chad's description. Nancy Jo said Charles only wanted Lori to get some help so she could be there for JJ. Nancy Jo said Charles seemed to be very patient with Lori in light of what had been going on. I asked Nancy Jo if Charles ever mentioned his life insurance policy, and she said he did. And this is crazy because this is how me and my mom right here, this next little blurb, this is exactly how I treated and my mom treated. This is how we talked. Okay. We were just joking though, but here we go. Something similar. Nancy Jo said she joked with Charles that he should let Lori know that he changed it, his life insurance, right? Changed it so she did not kill him for the life insurance policy. Nancy Jo said in hindsight, that was not a funny joke, right? But I get it. Anyways, Nancy Jo and I talked about how excited Charles was to see JJ and to go spend time with him. Nancy Jo spoke for a while about how kind and happy Charles was in their interactions. Nancy said Charles never once spoke harshly against Lori, even after all she had done. Wish we could say the same. All right. I asked Nancy Jo if Charles said if he ever tried to reach out to Chad, and she said she could not remember for sure if he had. Nancy Jo said Charles felt there was an inappropriate relationship with each other. Nancy Jo said she still had the text messages between her and Charles, and she would go through them to see if there was anything that was important to this case, and she would forward them to me. I then provided Nancy Jo with my contact information. I then concluded my interview with Nancy Jo. So, what do y'all think? What do we think about Nancy Jo? Hey, ERP, how you doing? How you doing? Hello, Brands. You can chant if you want to. Oh my God, I laugh so hard. I want to put it on merch, but I don't know if I can. I got to see if the image will go through. Right? Okay, so do we want to go over Christina, Serena? I mean, I think the state is doing Christina, calling her because of the Xanax part for sure. I do believe. Because she's the one who came up with all that. Late, but excuse me. He was a good guy, unlike Chatter Alex. Yeah, exactly. They're possessors, all right. They want to possess everything that you have, okay, without working for it. That's in my opinion, and through evidence. Yes, Paisley. Lori's gonna hate her in court, and I love that. Me too. I'm so here for it. So, I mean, y'all send some good juju or whatever, prayers, just good. As Sue Ellen always says, I'm a beam you, so beam her some positiveness, you know. Nancy Joe, she's gonna meet Satan face to face, and I'm here for it too. And yeah, take Sage with you. We should be doing the safety dance outside the courthouse every morning for self-protection. You can dance if you want to, or you can chant. Well, I think so too, Divergent. What a great witness. Will do. She sounds like a nice person, beaming some good vibes for her. Yeah. Can you imagine, though, like going on a date with some guy and then boom, literally he's dead. And then not only that, but it does become a very high profile case. Don't tell Lori, because her head seems to get bigger and bigger, so much so that she likes to throw it up in other people's faces. But we all know, she's the one that was sending nasty dance videos to her boyfriend. I mean, come on now. Maybe we'll snap out and she will get zapped. How many of y'all are actually daydreaming about this? I know I am. The shocker belt that she has to wear, because that's what translated means wear, I guess. And that's like, it's like, I hope Joe Ryan is on the other side, just getting his from it. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, whatever that looks like for Joe Ryan, because I mean, I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks back on you. Right. Anti-escape. Oh, I thought you said underwear. See, look at me making stuff up. These aren't magic. These are deadly. Right. Okay. So now we're going to go to, yeah, let's do this one real quick. So this is like another interview with Christine. It's not the original one, I don't believe. So this is just kind of a little timeline that we're going to follow. On 4/22, also 20, I received a voicemail from Christina Atwood requesting I call her. On April 23rd, 2020 at 0930 hours, I called Christina back. My conversation with Christina was recorded on my digital voice recorder and will be preserved as evidence in this case. I put my kid gloves right next to, no, I'm picking, it doesn't say the kid gloves, but I mean, we know they're invisible. They're all just treated so kindly, like it's concierge or something. All right. Upon speaking with Christina, she said she remembered Lori telling her she crushed up some of Charles's or JJ's Xanax pills. First off, they don't give Xanax to the babies, not that I'm aware of, and if so, oh my God. And put them in Charles's protein shake. So let me say that again. Upon speaking with Christina, she said she remembered Lori telling her she crushed up some of Charles or JJ's Xanax pills and put them in Charles' protein shake. Remember, y'all? They used to have Juice Island, the little juice bar. And I mean, I'm just saying that I know the smoothies, but damn. I mean, she was drugging him. She was playing all her dirty narcissist games with him. I mean, just chaos, straight effing chaos. And that pisses me off, and it makes me feel so bad for my uncle. Like, nobody deserves that. And again, I'm going to learn more about advocating for men who find themselves in domestic situations. My brother, I've seen this happen with my own two eyes. I've seen a girl literally put I don't even know what she put in the sock, but there was something heavy in the sock and she hit herself. I watched her hit herself. Okay. And then yelling cops. And I was like, oh, hell no. Like I'm not about putting hands on anybody. Okay. My mama always told me that, if a woman puts herself in a man's, shoes, like if you're going to buck up to a man, you're going to expect it. You can't sit there and push and push and push and push. and then not expect anything, because that's not cool. That makes you a bully. You know what I'm saying? So I was probably not the right saying. And of course, my grandma comes from a much different time, but it's kind of the same gist. You don't do that. You don't do that. There's too much of that shit. And these kids, they see all that and they learn. I watched this video last night. It was crazy. This I guess it was a boyfriend or whatever, and he was yelling at the mom, and the little kid, he must have been like 7, and he was like, he had a broom and he was just hitting the dude with the broomstick. It's not funny, but it was just like, whoa, and then the guy took it from his hand, just like is being claimed with Tylee and Charles, and I'm just like, oh my God, it's just so bad. And they see all that, and then they apply it to their life, and then they see their mom or their dad settling for the abuse, and you're better than that. And just know that you're not alone. Okay. I've had my ass whooped. Yeah, it was pretty bad. I've actually never shared that here. So let me see if it'll pull it up and I'll share it with you. I can't believe I'm about to do this. I know Donna has shared and I appreciated that. Let's see. Because it's not easy. No, that's not it. I don't know what to put. I put body parts. I don't know what else to put. Let's see. Wow. What it pulled up Melanie Boudreaux is what it did. Right there. And Tim Ballard. Let's see. Nope. Not in here. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Now it's like, okay, hold on. Let me go over here. I just don't give up easy, y'all. I should. Oh, am I right? Yeah. Okay, I thought I was in the wrong account. Albums. And my albums. Let me open that one in a new link. Let's see. Here, y'all can watch this while I'm looking.
I was fortunate enough to do a little jail time last year. I'll confess to you guys. You ever had something that you knew was the right thing to do, but it turns out that later on it was a felony? This is a true story. I found out that my ex-brother-in-law was a pedophile, so I took a stun gun and I discharged it right in his nutsack. And in Texas, that's a felony. I'm thinking, maybe I'll get a handshake or a parade or something. I got probation. So they arrested me here and they held me out here in jail. And I learned something when I was here at Maricopa County Jail. I learned that I was the only white guy in there that did not consider crystal meth one of the 4 major food groups. Remember the last guy here from Superior? Meth capital planet. I think they invented it there. Anyway, Superior, not him. She's just not that mean. I'm a felon. Anyway. So while I was in jail, I also had a religious experience. I found Jesus. I found Jesus Ayala, Jesus Jimenez, and Jesus Garcia.
You know you didn't find Jesus Christ, boo.
They were all in my cell, and they all shared a love. I found out Christmas was wrong. Jesus was not born in Bethlehem. He was born in El Salvador. He was not a carpenter. He was a roofer, a tiler, and a landscaper.
That dude is not there, y'all. But I mean, again, I do think this really just adds to the traits that kind of go along with generational abuse kind of families, these SRA abuse families, the same way they act. I've seen it. I've learned about it in the Hamblin case. I'm not going to elaborate though. So let's see what that's. A video, Lori Vallow brother called Doomsday Leader. called Doomsday Leader Chad Daybell for a blessing on the day he died, as unearthed footage shows him joking that attacking her third husband, Joe, was the right thing to do, and he expected a freaking parade, you know. Stand-up comedy features Lori Vallow Daybell's brother. I'm not going to repeat that. Okay, so there's that. And y'all, oh yeah, this too. I love, I see information everywhere, so I collect it. I'm a collector of information. All right, and so this is a Reddit post. It says, have you seen the bag of diet pills, 3 bottles, and a box of insulin needles in Tylee's room? The one Alex was in July 11, 2019. Well, they say Tylee's room, but Tylee's room was blue, so I don't remember now. I always confuse myself. Okay, also in Alex's documents about what was taken from the house after Alex died was opened bottle of tadalafil. I don't know how to say it. 20 milligrams, and it's in the analysis report too. Redacted notes it is a male enhancement drug. 19 pills were recovered. It's a controlled substance, and the lab notes about it in the chain of command of evidence was redacted. And that stuff can give you a heart attack if you have underlying problems to begin with. And he does, because I learned that in the freaking body cam footage that I uploaded earlier on my channel. I told you it was kind of boring, you know, but they do. He has high blood pressure, and he was like, yeah, I just went to, I'm talking about Alex. He went, and, you know, he was a truck driver, so he did a physical, and it came up in his physical. So, and that stuff can give you a heart attack if you have okay. This is one of the things Alex got in Mexico. Yeah, for sure. I don't know. What are y'all's theories on that? Let's see. All right, let me get on here. I'll underline this though, so let's see. It looks like there are a couple of errors, not by Big E, but by the person, that's a creator, but by the person who wrote the report. The biggest one being Lori and Summer were keeping Alex away from Charles. It should read they were keeping Adam away from Charles so Alex could murder Charles. Also, it's not covered here, but FYI, other docs have shown that Janis was in on this to some extent. She fed Summer info on Adam, kept Charles's murder hidden from Adam, and made sure Adam couldn't talk to Tylee. I think Summer's texts about Brandon aren't genuine. Oh no, they're horrible, y'all. That's some scary shit. The text between Lori and her freaking sister about Brandon and the Tesla and Edgar. I'm going to pull it up real quick so we can take a gander at it, because everybody should know this, because it's horrible. And everybody needs to know about this. And I feel like people are just going to be like, oh, you know, they heard her sobbing on the phone with her sister in the jail call between Lori and her sister Summer. But it's like, so everybody just stops and just thinks that she's, you know, just this innocent little Mormon lady who just had no idea. And I call bullshit. I'm going to call bullshit. And if I'm wrong, I will come out and tell you, and I will apologize to her face. Okay. But I don't think so. Let me pull this up. Quit talking. And the Edgar. Oh, I need to be in my channel. Hello. YouTube Studio. It must keep going back to my settings or whatever. It puts it on dark, and I don't like dark. I guess never mind. I'll leave that alone. Summer Shiflet. Let me just type that in. All right, let's see. Because I did a little video on it, so I'll play it. Oh, it's just gonna bring me to another. Hello and welcome to my channel. My name is Kresha K. Easton. I am the daughter of Kay Vallow Woodcock and Larry Woodcock. I am the aunt of JJ Vallow and the niece of Charles Vallow. I've been getting a lot of messages in regards to the Chandler Police Department's investigation that came out through the FOIA request. A few text exchanges between Lori and her sister Summer. Nate Eaton of East Idaho News invited Summer Cox Shiflet to be his guest at CrimeCon.
2024. I'm going to read the text exchange between Lori Vallow Daybell and her sister Summer Cox Shiflet. Looking on page 314 of the Chandler Police Department FOIA docs, I'm going to read a small excerpt, text exchange between Lori Vallow Daybell and her sister Summer Cox Shiflet. In both of Lori's accounts, she had regular communication with her sister Summer, who was listed in her phone as, quote, some, unquote. The number linked to Summer was blank. Summer also shared Lori's religious belief. I'm going to repeat that. Summer also shared Lori's religious beliefs. On 10/7/2019, so this was after Brandon Boudreaux had gotten shot at, Summer sent Lori a message asking if she already knew about the Tesla incident. I'm reminding you that Brandon Boudreaux drove a Tesla. Lori responded at 15:51 hours, indicating that she did not know. Summer asked if she could call or text. Lori asked Summer to text her. The following is the text string as it appears. Summer, an incident that supposedly happened to Brandon. Sounds highly suspicious. Lori, Brandon's Tesla or the Tesla company? Summer, Brandon's. He claims someone shot at him and shot the window to his Tesla a few days ago. Police are looking into it. Summer also texts, I think he is either trying to set Al up or making a future hit on Mel. Make him look innocent, knowing him. But who knows, knowing him. Sounds suspicious to me. On page 315 of 1108, the conversation continues. Lori, maybe it was Edgar? Where is he? Summer, she sent a bunch of question marks and emojis with the male-female symbol. I doubt it was him. He wouldn't miss or leave witnesses. He usually makes things look like natural causes, but I don't know where he is or what he is doing. Summer also texts, he has a message to me on his Smule page, but I haven't responded. Summer then forwarded Lori an image of an unknown subject on music recording app Smule with the username of, quote, XZZYZX, unquote. It is suspected that this was Edgar. Searching Smule through Lori's iCloud account, I discovered that she was using this app to send songs or communicate with Chad Daybell as well. This was evident in the links that they would send to each other. And that is the end of that text string. So let me know what you think. Do you think that Edgar is a hitman? Do you think he is just Summer's old high school boyfriend?
He's not.
Do you think that the picture of Summer and Edgar is as recent as high school? It doesn't look like that to me. It looks like, a couple years ago, if that. So let me know what you think. And let's not forget, we still have a trial coming up in Arizona. And we want to get justice for Charles Vallow, my uncle. And we want to get justice for Brandon Boudreaux. He survived the attempt on his life. Alex missed. He did not hit Brandon, fortunately. And so according to Summer's message, the whole concerning part is I doubt it was him. He wouldn't miss or leave witnesses. He usually makes things look like natural causes, but I don't know where he is or what he is doing. Okay. Check, please. This is nuts. Let's keep the conversation going down below. That's where it's all at. Your comments are phenomenal. I'm so grateful to all of my subscribers and to any new ones. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins. You are proof of this. Thank you. Ooh, okay, let's shut up. Y'all, I need to go to editing school. That's a lot of hard breaks in there. Okay, where am I going? Hold on. This is something I just found too. I take notes a lot. Okay, that's what I do. But it says 2 days after the murder of Charles Vallow, I noticed additional messages between Melanie and Lori. This is Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski, her niece. Some of us call her Melanice. So if you ever hear Melanice and you're new, that's who it's referring to. Because there's two Melanies. There's Melanie Gibb and there's Melanice. All right. She says, Melanie wrote on 7/13/2019 at 16:09 hours, quote, Adam just called Brandon and told him Al murdered Charles. He put it on speaker for me to hear. She needs to learn how to fucking spell. Okay. Unquote. She then stated, quote, can you talk, please? Unquote. Melanie continued with, quote, I think Brandon found out earlier. He seems
He seemed in shock a few hours ago, and then Adam and Brandon tried to use this situation to their advantage. These women think they are hot to trot, you know? They think their shit don't stink. You know? Everybody wants out to get them, straight up. He cornered me and Adam and hold on. He cornered me and Adam, put it on speaker to tell me. Then Brandon said, "Do you still believe everything you believe?" And quote, Brandon is with the moving truck at my new address, moving things with redacted. I would say Zach Cox. I'm at the house with the kids, unquote. Lori responded, quote, "Call me," unquote. Melanie would send another message to Lori at 17:19 hours asking, quote, "Does Tylee have a phone or a way to contact Brandon or Adam?" unquote. Lori responded, "Nope, I still have it." This statement would indicate that Lori took Tylee's means of communication away from her after the murder of Charles Vallow. I didn't write that. Sick. After Charles was killed, there was very little communication between Lori and Alex, and it is believed that they were together preparing to move to Idaho. That and he was in Colombia, right? On July 14, 2019 at 8:41 hours, Alex sent a message to Lori informing her that he was on a plane to California. For what? Lori told him to have a relaxing vacation. So I put these here. What I do? Write the same damn thing? Anyways, that's what I did. Yeah. Whatever. All right. So there's that part. And then these are personal. Here we go. Where's it at? Oh, there's me with red hair, y'all. Okay. Look like Wendy's. Okay. My mom picked the color. This is what I was coming for. And then I was like, whatever, bitches. And the bitches, whatever. It's one of my favorite little memes. Okay. One of my favorite little memes. Here you go. Make you laugh. Bow, 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 wow, chicken, bow, wow, chicken, chicken, bow, wow, chicken. Come with it now. Okay. All right. Okay. This is my grandma when she died. So I'm thinking maybe whenever that window of time when Charles would have come to Lake Charles, he would have came to Lake Charles, for the funeral services. And, my stepdad has commented on this, like, Lori was not coming in with Charles. I mean, especially for her mother-in-law's funeral, you know what I'm saying? And my grandma died on March 17th, 2018. Joe Ryan was found on April 3rd, 2018. You get it? Anyways. So yeah, Tilda Doolin of Lake Charles. She was born. Okay. Yeah. My mom's named after Ethel. My mom's name is Ethel Kathleen, actually. All right. Okay. Let's see. Let me go back. Nate. Hims was little. Here's those genealogy things that obviously Mama, see how they have their live? This was back in, I saved them here. I really have 5 of them, so I don't know where the other ones are. But I'd asked my mom who my great grandfather's parents were because they were adopted. Okay. So, but this was at the same time, obviously, I didn't find out till this case busted wide open that Lori, all this stuff right here came from her computer. This is just, somebody took either mom or I think she said Charles took a picture of it, of the desktop, to show the lineage of my family to send to me because I was, working on ancestry.com or whatever. And so the same thing went to Chad Daybell to rate my family straight up. I'm like, oh my God. Crazy, huh? Sound like Lori. I'm related to some Terrios, some Romeros. All right. Just thought that was wild, you know. Here we go. Let's see how they feel. Let's remember Joe Ryan for a second. He was born November 27, 1958, died, or he was found April 3rd, 2018. He served our country. U.S. Navy. Yep. I know I always drag y'all around. I don't like when cult members are this chummy with Ron, with detectives. Dave thought that's David Warwick and that's Melanie Gibbs' then boyfriend, but they got married on the anniversary of Alex's death, 12/12/2020. That's why Melanie Gibbs makes that comment about everybody asking her, why they got married on Alex's death anniversary. And she's like, 12 times 12 is 144. And we're like, wow, I didn't know you could count that high. Can you tell I just love her so much? I'm sorry. I just love her so much, Melanie. Here's a feel good.
Another fish. Little baby bat. Well, let's see. Look at that. Hey, JJ, hold your fish. Here, hold up here. There. Okay. There you go. Hold him up. There you go. Proud fisherman.
Yeah.
Yeah, turn him sideways.
That's your second fish, JJ.
Right.
How big that booger is.
That was his third fish.
The third fish, sorry.
Woohoo! Yes, sir. All right.
Dude, he was so into it. He reminds me, my brother wanted to be a game warden. Okay. So when I see this, he's just like Todd, so much like Todd. But I love hearing Uncle Charles's voice. It's just one of those voices that's very soothing to me. It's distinct to, this is Agent Hart.
Place, which further diminished our
I'm
staffing. I carried several investigative assignments within this case.
Okay. So, he is going to be testifying in Lori's trial here in Arizona. Sorry. I don't know if y'all are okay with this, but here's this hooker. I'll stop torturing y'all. I know. Thank you for entertaining me. It's a very fitting song. I know not everybody likes rap, but I like things that match what they're doing. Okay. That's what I like doing. So this is actually, oh crap. I get them mixed up because one looks like, hold on. The Seven Gatherers. Okay. We learned about the Seven Gatherers in Chad's trial. Because John Pryor kept harping every damn witness. Okay. He was like, do you know about the Seven Gatherers? And we're like, who? What? And we were intrigued because we're like, who the hell are the Seven Gatherers? Okay. Well, they shared like this Gmail account and they all they emailed one another in-house, I guess you could say. So I don't know if this is going to be introduced in this trial. I would love to know the 17 emails that are within the Gmail app that was in-house. It was mainly Zalema and they described the woman and it sounds like Zalema in my opinion. And they said in the report, between the investigators, they were saying something you could tell it was a Latin or Latino female mainly that used it. But just to know that they talked the way they did via text messages already, that's concerning. So what was so super top secret that it was inside of a Gmail app? It'd be like me and my mods getting a Gmail app. A Gmail account, email address, and then just going inside that one email address to communicate with one another is basically what it is. Whatever, do you, boo? But don't be sitting here acting righteous, okay? When you're not. You're casting out, making demons, okay? Let's see. I had made a little list. It don't make much sense. But anyways, Christina Atwood, okay? Christina brought the idea by asking Lori questions about what to do about the evil entity. So that's what, according to Melanie Gibbs, she says that, Christina brought in the rhetoric, or the process, or the vocab. I don't know, whatever the spell. I don't know. Okay. Just remember that Melanie Gibb, she just prayed to Jesus because she didn't do no dark shit. I believe her as much as I believe Lori. Anyway, so Lori suddenly had priesthood power that she had been given in the temple by Moroni. Mike Stroud and Julie Rowe podcast, right? And oh my God, I found some shit in Mike Stroud stuff. Just going back and revisiting it, from what it was to look at all this stuff in the very beginning. The only thing I noticed about his stuff, because I'm not Mormon, and I'm just like, what is he hypnotizing them? What is in his speech? So I would go, and he has like a pattern, like a cadence of using the same word, like 3 times in a row in different ways. Whatever that's called. I didn't even look any further than that because it started to become more apparent to me what was going on. And Mike Stroud talks about portaling, astral traveling. Okay. I think that's a lot of sources indicating the same astral traveling stuff. Can we take it more seriously, please? I know it's, unheard of, and it just seems so wacky, but I'm also saying that it's something that they were doing. It's also just like the temple recommend. Lori she claims that she threatened her bishop to either give her temple recommend or she was going to commit murder, knowing damn good and well she was going to do both. But it's the same thing with these spiritual gifts, these so-called spiritual gifts, because I don't think they're gifted at all. I think they're just crazy and cracked out or something. I don't know. But it would explain a lot of things if they were. I wish they did do drugs and I knew about it, because I'd be like, oh, okay. Okay. So no, I think these people are maybe even sober and doing this crap. And so that's even scarier, I think. So, but Lori was saying that Ned had to go. Charles had to go because he was blocking her spiritual gifts that she thought she had. Anyways, so Jason Mount introduced Lori to Gibb. Okay. Lori shared that she had, quote, special experiences with the Lord in the temple, which this is a second anointing or something like it. Gibb says Lori told her of her temple experience and knowing she was part of the 144,000, and that the Lord sealed me to him in the temple. Okay. Not a new thought for Gibb because she had heard about them on podcasts. She's talking about, these temple experiences. So allegedly, she knows all about it, in my opinion. She's saying that she heard about them on podcasts produced by Stroud and Rowe. Casting out came from Julie Rowe. Love is the most powerful weapon. Julie Rose, it sounds like freaked out stuff. It really is. It's like the Mormon version or these people's version of freak off parties with Diddy. I swear. All right. Lori and Melanie went to where Gibb was teaching. Okay. If you'll go hunt down the testimony where John Pryor, Chad Daybell's defense lawyer, was on her ass like white on rice. Melanie Gibb, he had it out for her, and we were here for it. We were here for it. I'm still here for it. I will always be here for it, because she is a liar, because she was teaching, but she said that Lori was teaching. She didn't teach class. She's a liar. Pants on fire. Lori and Melanie went to where Gibb was teaching. Okay, so Melanie Boudreaux Pawlowski went to where Gibb was teaching, and they struck up a friendship just like that. I don't believe that. Melanie accuses Lori of mirroring her. Attended castings at Zalema's house, January 2019. This is when they're trying to get rid of the quote unquote demon that they're dubbing my uncle as, Ned or Garrett or Hiplos. There were 3 different entities they claim. All right. It says Serena, Lori, Zalema, Nicole Earl, and maybe Zalema's daughter was there, according to Melanie. We're all at Zalema's house casting out this so-called demon and Charles. Charles had an evil spirit named Ned. Lori talked to the group about the possession and casting out. I mean, how if Christina is bringing the idea by asking Lori questions about what to do about the evil entity? That don't make sense. All right. Christina initiated the exorcising process, casting out, like the verbiage to use during casting. So they're doing Catholic. They got the holy water, except it's the Mormon holy water. Unholy. I don't know. Anyways, after Chad conducted research on the entity, he had to Google it. Okay, that's fucked up. Oh my god, he is a fucking dweeb. After Chad conducted research on the entity inhabiting Charles's body, Chad introduced this possession concept to Lori. Damn, they're just swapping it like herpes. Gibbs said Lori could tell. That doesn't make sense. Oh, Gibbs said Lori could tell. She could tell that Lori had never ruminated about this idea before. And that Satan breaking eternal law, thus empowering him to take possession without free will, I guess, of the body. So Satan breaks eternal law, and this empowers him, Satan, to take possession. Think it. She's crying. Oh, she can't make it at summer camp, huh? Anyway, I made this because it's appropriate. Okay. All right. Let me see. This is just notes. Not because I already suspected to, but because I was re-listening to a police interview with Gibb and Rexburg Police Department investigators, and the way it registered in my brain within the timeline, it made me question if Lori had already been having a love affair with Chad prior to what has been established as fact. Possibilities, AVOW. This is possibility where Chad and Lori met. Jason Mao, via his sister and brother-in-law living in Rexburg, his sister teaches dance lessons there in Rexburg. Plus Christina Atwood's sister Dora, not our Miss Dora, but Miss Dora, who lived in the same ward as Chad. And Chad served a calling, right? So Christina even reported having met Chad briefly in mid-2018 or 2019 and said Chad asked about Lori, like, how is Lori? It was something like that. Okay. Christina mentioned her brother-in-law was not only in same ward as Chad, but was also serving a calling with Chad, meaning they shared the same damn temple. I mean, the same damn church house where he would go and plop his fat ass and write his so-called books and steal owl pendulums and, all kinds of havoc. Alex Cox would, eventually feel so comfortable to just sit at that meeting house, that church meeting house that was 2.6 miles away from Chad and Tammy's house. And like the FBI agent, Doug Hart, he didn't testify to this, but he said in his interview with, oh my God, I went blank, Keith Morrison on Dateline recently, that he like his own personal thoughts on this, on that night, is that Chad went and picked Alex up from that meeting house 2.6 miles away. They went and murdered Tammy, and then Chad brought him back. And this could maybe explain why Garth, said his dad wasn't there and then said his dad was there. And then all that rigmarole. That's crazy. Convoluted. When you lie, I mean, it reminds me of Alec Murdaugh right now, the webs we weave. Anyways. So this says Christina mentioned her brother-in-law was not only in the same ward as Chad, but was also serving a calling with Chad, meaning the two would have been in the same proximity to each other. Jason Mount introduced Lori to Melanie Gibb, allegedly. It's been stated by Lori and Mal that Nicole Earl, another one of the 7 gatherers, was friends with Charles and Lori for approximately 10 years. That she and Nicole were in the celestial room in the temple. I feel like, because I mean, in that there's this podcast, right, with Lori and Melanie and Jason, and he's like, it's that introduction where he's like, I looked at you and I just knew, you were one of us. You're a gatherer, and I'm telling you, it's like a camp. I don't know. I've also said that it reminds me a lot like what do you call it? The biggest. Americans rate. I don't know. It's like I forget what it's called, but it's like America's last race or great race. I forget. I don't if I gave y'all enough to go on, let me know. It's like a scavenger hunt or whatever, and that's what it's so gamey to me. It's crazy. It's something weird going on, but it's not just them, and they do recruit. And then also, there is, how Lori called, or she put her nephew out, Zach Cox, who lived with her and Charles and Tylee and JJ for a while in Arizona, while he was going to real estate school. And I just
listen up. It is a lot.
And Melanie Gibb.
Melanie is awesome. For those of you that don't know who she is, she has some amazing abilities, amazing gifts. She is what we in the business call a gatherer. And people are naturally attracted to her because of just the light that beams out of her. The first time I saw her, I knew instantly that she was a gatherer, and she's become basically the point person here in the Southwest area for like-minded people to start focusing on greater light and knowledge and learning a lot about themselves and about the Lord and what it is that he wants from us. And so I am honored to have her to my left.
Thank you.
Also with us today is
Lori.
And Lori is so cool. Lori and I met in a very, very unique situation. And real quick, Lori, let's talk about that before we start, because
me too.
People don't even know who you are.
Oh my God.
Well,
I hope
people
so.
in the know who you are, but one of the reasons why we're doing this podcast is so that we can spread the light of knowledge and help people learn about who they are and find their gifts and draw closer to Christ.
Thank
and
you.
What happened to you was pretty unique, and how we ended up in the same room together is even more unique.
Is it, or was she sent there? Is what it sounds like.
We can. It's so fun to
Get used
be
to
here
it.
with Jason and Melanie. I love them so much and grateful for them and all their service that they do.
What service?
I feel like that I work for the Lord. I feel like I have turned my life to him from
Lord, girl.
circumstances that have happened to me in my life. And I ask him who he wants me to meet, who he needs me to go to, and what he wants me to do. And I was sent to the temple on a certain day to
by someone wise.
get a message from someone. And
this is interesting because I found this in the Hamblin case where they look at their parents as wise. And I don't know the exact terminology because, of course, I never do have all the things ready, but they have, like, it's in quotes even, it's like they consider their parents wise. So I'm like, well, I mean, if I take it in that context and read into this quote unquote code, then I mean, I'm like, why would, it couldn't be Barry, right? Why would Barry send her to the temple to meet someone, on a certain day with a certain someone and walks Jason Mao, I mean, it's a possibility. Maybe, I don't know. I'll get that more gathered, but
in walked Jason Mao.
And when I looked into your eyes for the first time and really saw who you were inside, I instantly knew you're one of us. You're a gatherer. You get it. You understand that there's something bigger going on here than just church on Sunday, that this is the end times. And you are awake. You are prepared. You
are awake. That's very important.
Or moving in that direction. And I saw that in just a half a second.
He's not like some glorious priesthood holder. I mean, this is what they do. It seems like this is his role in this Church of the Firstborn, this non-existent church. Look, here's Nate Eaton live right now.
I guess Friday morning. And then I arrived here last night.
4,900 people, y'all. Same time I'm going live. It's awesome.
Met some of you along the way, which was very cool to talk to you and hear your thoughts about the trial. And then basically kind of got settled in today. Did a couple of interviews that will air this week about the trial. And tonight I want to talk a little bit about well, really 5 things that you can expect at Lori's trial, which jury selection begins tomorrow. I also want to, well, let me just show you what we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to talk about what happens this week. Obviously, jury selection is this week. And we have
burst into thin air is what happens.
Docket on, you know what? I'm going to move myself down there. Look, I can put myself wherever I want on the screen. Isn't that cool? So I'm going to be down in the lower corner. We're going to talk about what happens this week, what we know about jury selection.
No class.
There are 12 people out there right now. Well, really,
poor things. Their life's about to change.
Who have no idea that they're about to serve on this jury, this big, massive case. They have no clue, because if they're watching this, they probably need to tell the judge they've been watching. And I have a question for you. Would you want to serve on this jury if you didn't know anything about the case? Or I guess, and so I'm curious what you would think about that. Okay, so what do we know about jury selection?
Because I am trying to do fair use, you know, so I'll talk a little bit, blah, 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 blah. All right.
5 things you can expect, we can all expect during the trial. And this is just kind of my predictions, you could say. Obviously, I don't have an inner tie to any of the people that are, you know, on this case, other than apparently I'm a witness for the defense. But that aside, 5 things that I expect we will see at this trial. Also, I mentioned me being a witness. I have some new information about that I'll share with you for the first time here in just a few minutes, and some upcoming guests here on Courtroom Insider that
there you go with the
I think you're really going to like. I know you're going to like. We also want to remember Charles. Every time I do one of these, I hope that we remember the victims. We talk so much about Lori and Chad and Alex, but we also should talk about JJ and Tylee and Tammy and Charles Vallow. And this trial specifically is centered on Charles. And today, as I've been prepping for this, I went back, and it took me about 2 or 3 hours. I went back and watched all the videos from Charles with the police and the phone calls. And he seems just like such a caring, kind man who just wanted his marriage to last and wanted his son to be okay.
And his wife to be sane.
We'll remember Charles, of course, and then shout outs, cities, and your questions. So any questions you have about the trial, about what's happening over the next few weeks, let me know. Okay, let's jump right in. Pools of, I believe, 200. Sorry. Now, Maricopa County is a big county. I don't remember how many people, but you know what? I'm going to Google it, and I'm going to tell you how many people right here. We have a much bigger juror pool than in Ada County.
Justin Lum talked about it in his hearing.
Maricopa County. According to Google, it's 4.586 million. That's from the U.S. Census Bureau. Okay, now that's not registered people on the register. That includes children and whatnot. So obviously they couldn't serve. But you really have millions of people to pick from. I know so many of you were saying, well, how can anyone not know about this case? I got my hair cut yesterday here in Maricopa County. Lady had no clue. She asked why I was in town. I told her. She was stunned. She's like, I got to go research this. Today, I had to, you know, run a few errands, go grocery shopping, get stuff for my trip. No one knew. People
now his trip video was funny yesterday. I laughed.
I did meet and spoke with a couple of people in the lobby of my hotel this morning who were very aware of the case, but they were visiting from Utah, oddly enough. And people in Utah, when I was driving down, saw me and wanted to talk about the case. So that's definitely, if this were in Utah, I think it'd be a different thing. So I don't know how quick they're going to find a jury. It could be a couple of days. They've set aside this week, Monday to Thursday, potentially Friday, to get the jury seated. We do know that the questionnaires will include the names JJ, Tylee, and Lori. Why is that a big deal? Well, the prosecutor really wanted JJ and Tylee's name included because often we might remember seeing something on the news about Susan Powell, for instance. Susan Powell. But we might not remember Josh Powell if he were alive.
I do. Crazy ass.
And a potential juror saw Josh Powell. Who's that? But they get to court and they're like, oh, Susan Powell. Yeah, that's that woman who vanished. So in this particular case, the prosecutor wanted to be sure JJ and Tylee's names were added to the questionnaire. The judge's name is on the questionnaire. The prosecutor's names, Lori's name, of course, is on the questionnaire. And these are just, we don't know all the questions that the
eyes are burning.
List has not been publicly released of questions, but we do know that those names will be mentioned. We also know that in-person voir dire begins Tuesday. I'm sorry, I gotta move my mic. If that is blasting your ears, I apologize.
My mom will be there
That means
tomorrow.
that the jurors, they're going to weed through all of these questionnaires that were sent in electronically. For anybody that passes that first round, they're going to bring them in groups. And much like the other trials in Idaho, they're going to probably question in groups, maybe 20. Do any of you have, law enforcement brothers or sisters or spouses or whatever? And then they're going to narrow it down, and then they'll do individual voir dire. They are going to go until we have.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, there will be no cameras in jury selection. The judge has said no cameras. This is different than what Judge Boyce said. The first year with Lori's first trial, obviously there were no cameras with any of them.
Charles will be his own
Then the
witness.
second year with Chad Daybell's trial, cameras were allowed, but we couldn't see any of the jurors. This time the judge has said no cameras for jury selection. So there will be no cameras at all this week. That being said, if there are last-minute hearings about other issues, we will try to get a camera in there. Obviously, I'm from Idaho, so we're going to rely on our friends here in Arizona, Court TV, to hopefully get a camera in there if we need one. There will be 12 jurors and 4 alternates selected by the end of the week. That is the goal. That is the hope. That by this time next week, next Sunday night, we are prepping for opening statements, which are scheduled for April 7th, which is a week from tomorrow. So that is what we know about jury selection. Now, let's jump into 5 things we can expect at the trial, the Arizona trial of Lori Vallow Daybell. Number 1, messages and videos from before Charles died.
Yes.
We've already
and
seen
I have them.
I believe this will be admitted into evidence to this fresh batch of jurors. The text messages that Charles sent for months to Lori, to Adam Cox,
everybody, to Rex Cox, Connor.
There's probably more. There might be some new ones that come in. But not only that, the videos. We've seen the videos of Charles Vallow going to the police for help, asking for help, talking about what his wife was doing. Those were happening in real time. 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Yeah, 2019, 6 years ago this summer. Charles Vallow is no longer here to talk about those things, but there's video to do it. One of the videos, one of the calls, I think that will be played, again, my opinion, is this one. When Charles called his insurance company, not only once, not twice, but 3 times, he called.
Y'all know he was not locked out of his account.
Changed over.
I did find that out. I did find that out in this, and I'll read it to you here in a second. But it said that, how did Charles? It's like it's unlikely that Charles knew that he locked him. I don't know. It's weird. I need to run it through y'all, actually.
In 2019, months before he died.
And
when he called up, the person on the line was asking Charles for his address, and Charles had moved. He didn't quite know what address it was registered under. Then the insurance agent asked for the person on the phone asked for Charles's PIN or password. Charles didn't know it. He repeatedly said, "There's no password on my account." That's when he got frustrated. And I believe, listening to this call that I'll play for you right now, he assumed that Lori, his wife, had called the insurance company and put a password on the account.
Okay, good.
Because she was trying to
get it to the bank account.
That's not confirmed, but listening to this call, maybe
I just talked over him. I'm sorry.
That's not confirmed, but listening to this call, maybe it will come out in court. I don't know this word on the account because she was trying to get that money. That's not confirmed, but listening to this call, maybe it will come out in court. I don't know if they've gone back and gotten all the previous calls for people who called on his account.
They did.
But listen to this.
Yeah.
Call from Charles Vallow. Oops, it's starting.
I'll get the report. That's what
let
I'm
me play
looking
that
on.
for you now. Hopefully you can hear it.
Because it's important.
Thanks a lot for holding. I do appreciate your time. So this is the best I can do. And I'm sorry because a lot of people are in a meeting. I was trying to get you to somebody. So
I don't remember this.
A beneficiary form out, okay, and then you'll get that. Is there anything else?
Which address are you mailing it to?
Well, we can't change anything right now because you know.
Yeah, 3300 BK Road, Suite 650.
That's the address that we authenticated you partially with, right?
I don't remember this one.
And when did I set up a password?
Well, that was recent. It looks like on my note here.
Kind of like how I said I was changing my password.
It looks like
6 months, 2 years?
220. No, February 20th.
Okay,
this year.
somebody else has called on my account that's fraud.
I don't know, sir. I mean,
Poor
that's
thing.
the thing is that I don't know.
I do know. I haven't called in on this policy in a long
Poor
time.
thing. It makes me
if you
so
have
sad.
concerns about that, then you need to supply some form of proof or something. But yeah, that's
That bitch was
I'll
gaslighting the
be
shit
able
out
to
of
do
him.
that. But you can request
Hey,
that.
look,
I mean,
request
makes
in
him
my wife
writing.
crazy.
texted me 30 days ago. She's taken a ton of my money out of what she's doing on this account, but it's fraud. I'm the guy. I'm Charles Vallow. I'm the insured and the owner of the policy.
Damn it.
Correct? And I need to know what to do right now today to change my beneficiary to my sister.
So what you need to do, sir, is the following, okay? What I would recommend that you do is you send something in writing, letting us know in writing, and I'll give you a fax number or an email address, etc. You need to send something in writing and be as blatant as possible with your concerns, okay? I would be personal in saying that you feel like somebody is trying to take away your information and etc. And that you talk to me, my name's Kevin, and that I could not authenticate you or change your address because the password could not be changed. Now then what they'll do is they'll go back to the
Man, I
calls,
don't remember this one,
okay,
y'all.
that were made recently. They'll go back to the calls that were made recently, and then they'll do an investigation on the trend to see if something like that was to happen. And
Will they let me know?
Yeah, they'll let you know. You got to put your contact. You got
to
to put your contact information in, etc., and then they'll let you know. Yes.
I'll put my new address. I'll put my new phone number.
Yeah.
And
email address.
I've not added a password.
Email address.
I've not added a password or anything to my account. Somebody else has been messing with my account. Please discontinue any use and speak only with Charles Vallow or KF Kathleen Ethel Woodcock, the owner beneficiary.
Yeah, and then
like that.
Yeah,
Oh, I never heard of
right.
this.
And then you want to mention my name, but you spoke to Kevin, and he could not authenticate me.
What's your last name, Kevin?
De La Rosa, DELAROSA.
Could not authenticate password.
I'm sorry?
Okay, I put on there that Kevin De
Yeah.
La Rosa could not authenticate password.
Yeah, password that was listed on the account. And you're requesting to have an investigation done because you feel like somebody
Oh,
is trying,
good.
somebody, you have to be personal. You have to say, I think you just used the word your ex-wife or your wife is trying to take away, and you say a brief synopsis that, she's taking
have an
your money.
investigation done.
Yeah, because you fear your wife is trying to.
Password was authorized in this account, and I did not do it.
Yeah, but don't just leave it like that because, you just told me that it was your wife. If you feel like that's something personal,
Correct.
you need to say that so that we can go ahead and put this under investigation and review. People will go back and call and review calls that were made before to see what happened.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll just leave it like that in the air because.
And I'm going to email it. I'm going to fax it today, or can I email it?
Yeah, I can give you an email or a fax.
Okay, I hope you could hear that. Okay.
That is nuts. I remember hearing that.
I gotta have the air on constantly, or it gets really warm. So I
Me
hope
too.
that my air isn't messing with you. That is just a snippet of a long, extended, multiple calls that Charles Vallow made to the insurance. So you've got that. You've got Kay Woodcock, who's likely going to testify that her brother called and said, "I need to change the insurance over." You've got the fact that Charles had filed those divorce papers that he later withdrew,
and she was there whenever Melanie
Lori Vallow thought she was the leader of the 144,000, all that sort of stuff. And then
the dance videos.
You've got this
Ooh,
911 call. Now
Nancy.
remember when this kind of all right before this came.
Hey, sorry. Yeah, I was just thinking, right? Nancy Joe. Okay. She said that Charles showed her, right, some dance videos that Lori was sending to Chad, and then I remember Mom telling us, that she didn't have them, because we were like, oh my God, we got to see these dance videos, right? I mean, kind of. No, nobody really will live. It's just another thing to ruin by Lori, But either way, it sounds like Nancy Joe saw because Charles showed her, and she's gonna be here because the state called her to be a witness, right? And then Mom also saw the videos. That corroborates. Do you think they're going to enter in the freaking dance videos, y'all? Holy shit. I mean, am I lost in the sauce? Because I usually am lost in the sauce. That's nothing new. But that's two witnesses. I'm trying to think about how they introduced that, because I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but like how they introduced things in the in the Idaho trials. And like Colby, they had Colby testify so they could play his phone call between him and his mom, where she giggles like a damn demon. That one. And the one where like Summer, like it's like they only needed them so they could enter that evidence in, or whatever you want to call it. I need to see this too. Oh yeah, it was. Oh, I don't know. Are you talking about this call that Nate did, or the dance videos? I'm just wondering if maybe that's why they have Mom and Nancy Joe testifying as well. They can corroborate one another. They can corroborate Charles's, perhaps maybe. Yes, Kendall, the barn dance. You can chant if you want to. I'm okay not seeing them either, Miss Deb. I am okay not seeing them either. Oh my God. Again, Flashdance goes through my mind. Flashdance goes through my mind. Can you just see her? Na, 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 na. Oh. Is that 110? I'm thinking of Step by Step, Heart to Heart. No, that's All Fall Down. Never mind. Okay. Yes. All of them. Right? It was rad. Thank you for being here. He tried so hard to protect JJ and Tylee and his sons, having no idea she would go to extremes and hurt Tylee and JJ. And I mean, the officer does actually bring that up. And you know what? Okay, again, I listen to these things over and over. Maybe that's it. Maybe I am so far with my head in the sauce, that I don't know. I'm so short-sighted in this sense, but hold on just one second. Let me pull it up. Ooh. And this was January. Gilbert PD. Oh, Gilbert PD. I know y'all are sick of watching the same body cam, but I mean, again, it's 6 years later. 6 years I've been watching this, and never did I ever put this together.
So what's going on tonight?
I'm gonna find it in the transcript so we don't have to sit through the whole thing, right?
I can't get in touch with my kids. How old are your kids? 6.5 and 16. Okay. How long have you been trying? 2 days. Okay. But she's lost her mind.
I'm trying to think of the word.
I don't know how to say it. We're LDS. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a.
Okay.
A God.
All right. Oh shit. Let me do it again. Right there. Now this. Okay. Because Charles had obtained this January 29th. He came in. He called Gilbert PD first. Okay. I might have to play a snippet because it's in my editing app, but you can hear it. Okay. So just know that I'm playing. Just listen to this little snippet and then I'm going to play that on the screen. Okay. Ready, set, go.
Gilbert Report Summary. Investigation. This supplement is intended to be a summary compilation of all Gilbert PD reports as they relate to the murder investigation of Charles Vallow. Number 1, Gilbert PD Report 19-000001804, quote, special incident, unquote, taken on January 30th, 2019 at 16:33 hours. Location was 2267 East Tomahawk Drive, Gilbert, Arizona. Shared residence for Lori and Charles. The involved parties were Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow. Synopsis. Telephonic report. So this is a phone report. Charles called GPD to make a report of Lori acting strange and making threats. Some of the strange behavior noted by Charles to GPD was that Lori felt she was living her sixth life. She was previously married to Captain Moroni, an LDS church figure, in a previous life. Lori felt the second coming of Jesus Christ was to be in 2019, and preparations needed to be made. Charles related that Lori felt Charles was now someone else by the name of Ed Schneider. That's in quotes. It was not known to Charles why she believed this. Lori had made statements about murdering Ed Schneider and how she was going to destroy Charles.
Just saying.
Charles further reported Lori felt she was a god. Charles was in Texas when making this report. He was advised of options that included a psychiatric evaluation, community bridges, and a petition to get a mandatory evaluation for Lori. Charles reported he was returning later that day and would go seek the order when he arrived.
And he did.
Charles did not want GPD to make contact with Lori as he felt it would only aggravate the situation.
Yeah. Okay. Skip.
Number 2.
Now this one is on. This is the number 2 Gilbert Police Report 19. Oh, I'm talking. Shit.
Number 2, GPD Report 19-00001819, quote, special incident, unquote, taken on January 31st, 2019 at 00112 hours. Location was redacted. Drive, Gilbert, Arizona. Shared residence for Lori and Charles. Involved parties, Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow. Synopsis. Body-worn camera utilized. GPD received emergency mental health petition at 2338 on January 30th, 2019 for Lori Vallow that was completed by Charles Vallow. Charles reported the inability to contact his children and was waiting outside for GPD to respond. Report indicated Charles reported to GPD that Lori's behavior has changed over the last 4 years and recently became worse.
I went to the CSI.
Okay. That's when he walks up. Okay, so now we're gonna do this. Okay, sorry.
What I'm worried
I don't
about.
have a team.
I hope they're okay, but I don't know.
I mean, yeah, of course, this is I moved down, okay, because many of you have already seen this video, okay, and this I think is important because, well, there's a couple things that are important in here. There's a lot of things that are important here, actually, but let me show this to you, and then, oh shit, there it is. Okay, so let me just let it play.
Won't call me back either. Why won't he call you back? No. Okay. That's what I'm worried about. I hope they're okay, but I don't know. It's valid.
He hands, the report over to this other police officer that I never even knew he was there. Okay. And this one says it's valid, which means the mental hold order was valid. He went and picked it up. And so here's this whole rigmarole. Then we have the purse stealing incident or whatever. Lori didn't even consider it a purse stealing incident. I think she was there to report harassment or something. I'm not really sure because that kind of caught me by surprise because we always called it the purse stealing incident. Okay, so, and then I caught Lori in a lie too, because whenever she's sitting there, and that's the video she wants, right? She thinks there's a freaking eye in the sky. There's a whole camera in the top corner of the freaking room that's 2 hours long that she was unaware that they were recording, which is interesting. It's an interesting thing to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so why you call it, why you want it so bad? Is it because they talk about your mental health? Is it because Tylee told you straight up what we all think, that you're going to end up in a padded room? Why does she want that? So I'm going to pull that one up too, but
All right. So his question is, he lives here. There's no orders against either one of them. If we can't make contact.
If he wants to let us in, now we're doing a 670 check.
I don't know how to get in. I could have to break the window. I could try to. Where I was going with this, he was in Houston on a business trip, and then he flies back in to Sky Harbor, and his truck's gone. He suspects that she went there and took the truck. He doesn't know.
He's my wallet in it, so.
All right. So, all right. Is it this house or the one with the flashing lights?
Right there.
On the side of the road. Oh, where those palm trees are?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have a hidden key?
No.
All right. So they're just playing, I guess, the best parts out of it. But, okay. So I found this one. So I'm trying to remember which one, because there's poor baby. We need to listen to these two, not tonight, but Gilbert officers, because they did testify. They testified a lot to that's that 404B evidence that was admitted. Okay. I'm going to catch this one.
So I'm kicking the door down too. I've seen JJ.
Okay, hold on. Let me find the transcript. Control F. I'm going to look for, did I show transcript? Okay, Control F. And then, what's the keyword? Oh, she says that night. Okay, let's see. Okay, go a little bit. Okay. And so I took the kids. We spent the night in a hotel because I knew he was coming home. And so this morning when I took my son to school, when I went into the school to take him into school, okay, Mike Stroud, he was waiting somewhere and like stole my purse out of her. I hope her. So my phone, my wallet, my money, my everything was in there. So I had the door locked with the sunroof open. It was open because we had this service dog, Bailey, and he was in the car. So I'm ever in all my friends over. What the hell? Okay, so you got to the house and then you got there, said, yeah, I deceived you. This is Melanie Gibb. Your name. Okay, just whatever, something later. So he had you come there. I was asking you questions. So like, is this something that happened before, or is this like something, or is this like, what is it like that motivates him doing this kind of stuff? Oh my God. Did you say, then you took your phone in? Oh my God. He tried to make contact with you, called them to ask him if he'd bring your stuff back. Well, he talked to her about it. So I said, would you don't speak in generalities, he tells Melanie Gibb. And that's about the only time we hear any kind of firmness from this young cop here. I appreciate his service in that. I want specifics, okay? So if we have them bring the purse back, are we all good? Like, I mean, you're not. Shit. I'm just trying to figure out, because she said night and then she said day. Or day and then she said night or something. And I'm like, how do you steal her purse if it's at night? I remember questioning myself about that. Unless she, how they talk in word salad. So very possible.
What I'm calling right now is your wife's at the police department claiming you stole her purse and her cell phone. Okay, you realize they don't belong to you, correct?
I mean, so the $35,000 though in their joint bank account, she gets away with it. Like it's cool. That's a civil matter.
Okay, so that's a civil issue, and she's responsible for every penny. When you guys, if you guys end up going through divorce proceeding
or a murder trial.
Okay, and you also texted a friend to meet you at the house last night under the guise that you were her. What was that for? So you texted a friend of hers to meet you at the house
to help
last
him.
night, using her cell phone. What was that all about?
Bullshit.
Oh, this morning.
Okay, wait.
Okay.
That you were her. What was that? So you texted a friend of hers to meet you at the house last night using her cell phone. What was that all about? Charles, you can hear him saying, oh, well, no, that's not Charles. Oh, this morning. Okay. Yeah. We read the report from her. Well, that is this morning. Anyways, or either that, or like, is Charles talking about Melanie Gibb? Is he saying Melanie Gibb met him this morning? I don't know. I'm gonna have to look back over it again by myself.
This morning. Okay. Yeah, we read the report from earlier today regarding you not being able to get into the house and everything. So
Okay, but did you listen to Lori just now say that he changed the locks on her? I mean, it's that I know it's not their job to do all that shit, but it's so aggravating.
I do not have the order in front of me, so I cannot do that.
We know.
It's got to be approved, and I know I cannot I cannot get her. Well, it's got to go to our sergeant, who's got to call, verify that it's good, and then we get dispatched.
Oh.
So.
Wait.
So that's
I was trying to catch up before he talked. Crap. Okay, let me just start it here. So
I got a little bit of info from dispatch. Said he stole your phone.
What happened?
Your purse.
Why don't you tell us what happened?
So yesterday, I got an argument with my husband on the phone, and he was in Texas working, and I found some stuff that he'd been doing, so he was really defensive. And so I took the kids. We spent the night in a hotel because I knew he was coming home.
But you canceled his plane ticket. You stole rental points. Remember the rental car points? We put that in. Charles put that in his divorce, whatever papers, because he was afraid that Lori was gonna just run off with JJ. Right? We should know better because she don't run off with anybody but herself, unfortunately. I don't even know what to say about that. But anyways, she knew he was coming home, and so this morning when I took my son to school, when I went into the school to take him I already said all that shit.
And so this morning when I took my son to school, which he goes
Life Academy.
When I went into the school to take him into school, he was waiting somewhere and stole my purse out of the car, my whole purse. So my phone, my wallet, my money, my everything was in there. So I had the door locked, but the sunroof was open because we have a service dog and he was in the car, and I didn't want to, my son was kind of throwing a fit. I didn't want to get them both out of the car because it was a mess this morning. And we didn't have any of our stuff because this was the night in the hotel and he was out of his element.
So gross.
So I didn't lock the door for the first time ever, and he whatever, either got it out. I don't remember if the door was locked, he got it out, or he reached through the sunroof and just got it.
Because he's so tall.
But then he started texting all my family and all my friends and impersonating me, and got my friend lured over to the house to meet him.
We know that Lori projects. We know Lori projects. Okay, this is her. This is just it. Okay, so here Charles ends up finding later. I don't know when it was that this. I think it was in March that Lori had created that KK Walker account under Charles's name or whatever, and pretended to be Charles and all the things, right? Well, no, because this was for November in 2018 when they got sealed together in the temple, James and Elena. So that was prior. Okay, he just found out about it later, right? I don't know. Starting to run together.
Kicked in the door to get into the house and stuff. So.
And you did that this morning?
Last night.
Okay.
Which I'm glad we went there. So.
Right. Okay.
And so I got there, I'm like, Lori? Where's Lori?
But he texted her from my phone because he was pretending to be me, saying, "Oh, come meet me at the house," or whatever.
Okay.
So.
How did he? What did he say to you? Then?
He said, "Can you come to the house now?"
And then when you
got? Sure. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
And I proceeded to act like he was himself.
He has the text messages on the phone.
I know on my phone, but when I got there, I said, "You've been using Lori's phone to connect with me." He goes, "Sorry, I deceived you."
My uncle did not say I deceived you.
Okay. Luckily, there were some other people there that were.
He was changing the locks and probably got the door fixed where he kicked it in, so that
the locksmiths were there. So I'm glad that they were there. But there was a white Suburban, which I don't know. It was up in there. I don't know where he got that car, but anyway, it was a few vehicles, so I didn't know. Who I suspected it would be her. I should have noticed that your car wasn't there, but I didn't.
You're too stupid.
What kind of car do you drive?
An Infiniti QX80.
Yeah.
So you got to the house, and then you got there. He said, "Yeah, I deceived you," and then what was he calling you there for?
He wanted me to come over there and get some information about her, pretty much.
He wanted your help.
Oh, okay, what did he ask you?
He was asking what's got into her,
help.
Where is she? Of course, I didn't say where she. I didn't know where she was. She didn't actually.
I didn't tell anybody.
She didn't
Tell
tell
her out because I just thought it was safer for everybody.
Yeah,
I wish she was
just basically wanted me to take a side, I think, and just say.
You know, how crazy I was and stuff like that. So.
And what was your name?
Melanie.
Your last name?
Gibb. Gibb.
Okay, just because for documentation later. What's your date of birth?
Okay. All right, hold on. I just found this too, so we'll go over this shows tab. All right. So this was from exclusive. Fox 10 obtained Charles Vallow's petition for an order of protection against his wife, Lori, as well as the official order from February 4, 2019. Charles claimed Lori called herself a god and would murder him if he got in her way. The petition, which is photos 3 and 4, also mentions Lori allegedly accusing Charles of being a man named Nick Schneider and that he would have to go painfully. Charles wanted to keep his wife away from JJ, their Gilbert home, as well as JJ's school, even his service dog, Bailey. The official order states Lori could not go near Charles or his home, but attorneys could never find Lori to serve the order, not knowing she left to Hawaii with her daughter, Tylee Ryan. Charles filed for divorce less than 2 weeks later, but dismissed the motion in March. Charles eventually withdrew JJ from Life Academy officially on March 7th, 2019, and this is when, you guys, let me grab it. And this is when we get this. Hold on, go on to it. This is when they commit time frame.
The bus is coming. Passengers, and we're getting fuel up all the time. Along with lots of iconic, and we're taking off the coastal cruise.
So thank you for riding.
Okay.
Okay, why y'all eat it? All right.
Coastal cruising.
Welcome to Coastal Crew Change.
Welcome to Coastal Crew Change.
I'm your bus driver, JJ.
I'm the bus driver, Papa.
And I'm also your MC.
I'm also if all side air. Yeah.
Woo! Thanks for riding Coastal.
And I can Coastal cruising. Coastal cruising is all. I want you all sing it all.
Look, pull it away from your mouth a little bit and we can hear you better.
I could all.
Say hi. Say hi to Mama and,
Hi, Mama.
and Dad.
Hi, Dad.
Say miss you.
I miss you.
We kind of miss y'all too. Just a little bit.
You too.
But we're having fun.
We're having fun.
All right. Say bye.
Bye.
Anyway, so that's JJ video. I gotta cancel that. Okay. Okay. And then I know I'm dragging you guys all around. All right. So back over here. So it says Charles eventually withdrew JJ from Life Academy officially on 3/7/19, and they moved to Houston. But see, this is around the time that my mom went over to Phoenix, okay, to help Uncle Charles move. I always want to say Adam, but it's Zach Cox corroborates this in his interview with Justin Lum. You know, he just says that Kay had went over and helped Charles pack. I remember my mom sending me like she took pictures of some blue paint, spray paint, because I mean, this is what I used to do. And she was like, "You want these?" And I was like, "Hell yeah," yeah. And I never got them, but that's okay. I don't want them, right? Her favorite color is blue, but whatever. It was like 10 cans of brand new, really good quality, spray paint, gloss, you know what I mean? For good quality stuff. But anyways, so that's whenever my mom, now I don't know verbatim, but I mean, I just remember a general story about this, or my mom's telling of it.
But she said that while she was helping Uncle Charles pack, Lori shows up with Melanie Gibb right there. And so Lori did not know my mom was there. So she walks in. Mom said her hands were on her hips, and she's all sassy and cocky. And she goes up to Charles, and, Charles is like, he's upset, and she's like, "What are you doing?" She asked Charles that. Lori did. And he's like, "I'm moving closer to my family." And she said, "You don't have any family. What are you talking about?" Like just really bitchy and assholey, or smirky and jerky, as Lori likes to say. And so then, my mom, anyways, Lori saw that my mom was there. And then Lori instantly like changed from that, being that way with Uncle Charles to fake crying or whatever and saying, "Oh, KK, I love you so much," just doing the love bombing shit. And so, I mean, it's so gross, so that's another thing that I know my mom can testify to, something along those lines. And, yeah. All right. So that's just something to throw in right there. I know it's not really great, but so Charles, he eventually withdrew him and they moved to Houston. And so that's another thing. I mean, for anybody who, is the sentimental type, now JJ asked Charles, his dad, where they were moving. And Uncle Charles said, "We're going to Texas." And there's let me pull it up. I can't play it, but you can. And it's this song. My mom told me this is the song. He played it too. We're going to Texas. It's by Chris Ray. And it's called Texas. And, it's this song. It's very interesting. I like to listen to the lyrics, after the fact, just to kind of see where he connected to it, But anyway, so let me grab that link. If anyone wants to go check it out, you are more than welcome to. Let's see. Back over here on the home screen. Hey, Janelle. How are you? All right. So I put that in the chat. I'm bouncing around, boy. See, I can close that one. This one. And I want to play this one because I think this is where it all starts. This is where bitter Lori starts being an asshole. And it's something, and I mean, I think it's what's playing into why she's being who she's being, or what she's being today, and wanting to represent herself. I think Lori has a complex. I think that she doesn't like being called crazy. So
when people hear my story, they're like, "Can't believe that you did that. Can't believe you lived through that."
I know it's hard to hear,
You're
but
still here. But I too, like Melanie, have had the love of Jesus Christ wash over me. There is nothing like that on this earth. It is life-changing and eternity-altering. I love my Savior with my whole heart. I have had some wonderful experiences. I have been ministered to by the angel Moroni. I have seen him. I have had lots of angelic ministry with people who wake me up 4 o'clock in the morning and tell me things to do.
Devil hours.
I no longer need to sleep very much because I'm woken up constantly by angels and giving me instructions on things that I can do to help further the Father's work. I don't know if you want me to tell the story or you don't want me to tell the story, but I feel like.
And this is Melanie Gibb.
You do want to.
Your story's pretty meaty.
Yeah.
That's Thor Pearson. Janelle knows who these are.
It's been a long journey. There was a point in my life. There's a changing point in your life, right? You're a member of the church your whole life. I always loved the Lord. There's a turning point in my life that turned me to the temple, and this is what I teach everybody. And my change of heart was to the temple. So I had I had been married to someone who was very awful, who raped my children. And I had divorced him and gotten away from him. And he had joined the church.
You know, this sounds very Jody Hildebrandt-esque, you know, in the sense that it's like these women, they either accuse their husbands of having a porn addiction and masturbating, or you know, of sexual abuse. It's like, or being gay, you know. It's like the three most damaging things, you know. Look at Adam Steed. He tells his story about how that went down. Joe Ryan, he's not here to tell about it, you know. And Brandon is here to tell about it because Melanie said he was gay. Melanie Boudreaux Pulaski. And Lori was telling Melanie's that Brandon was gay. And so you know, there's that. I'm not saying she calls the divorce because you know, nobody can make you do anything that you don't already want to do, or if you're that weak, that's on you, you know. Like, if it's that easy to crumble, then it wasn't built on anything solid, in my opinion. So
church,
still not Joe Ryan here.
Conference, everyone thought he was wonderful. He was very
good
showman of all those things. And after we were divorced, he told everybody that I was this lying, crazy Mormon, and got up in court and said all these horrible things about me, and turned it around to where the judges believed him instead of me. And he was constantly trying to get custody of my 3-year-old daughter, and just to rub it in my face.
Not because he loved her.
I went through a lot of years of this kind of hard stuff. And
She was the one doing it.
I was going to murder him. I was going to kill him, like the scriptures say, like Nephi killed him, just to stop the pain and to stop him coming after me and to stop him coming after my children. And I just thought I couldn't take it anymore. And I would go through the scriptures and find all the things, like, if he comes against you once, if he comes against you twice, if he comes against you 3 times, then you can kill him.
She knows scripture.
I was like, there it is. There's my answer. I don't want to do anything that's wrong. I did not have a murderous heart.
She did.
I just wanted to stop the bleeding and stop the pain. And so someone wise was speaking to me and said, you need to go to the temple. So I went and met my bishop, and I was like, I'm either going to turn my life to the temple or I'm going to commit murder. So do you want to give me a temple recommend?
So was her bishop Gabe?
Because at that point I had nothing to lose. You get to the bottom rung and I had nothing to lose. And he gave me my temple recommend. And I started going to the temple every week by myself, not with my current husband, just to the Mesa temple, which I love.
Okay, so just the whole lying crazy Mormon thing, it seems like that. And then, you know, Charles here, 2019, he's saying, you know, that she's flipped her wig because she absolutely did. She flip her wig though? That's what I'm trying to get across to everybody. I don't know if people aren't understanding how I'm saying it or what I'm saying, but if everyone can just maybe forget, like, just kind of put everything that you've already learned about Lori. Okay, just kind of put that down for a second. And just pretend fresh eyes, okay? Just I mean, I guess entertain this for me and just see if you can, you know, come up with the same thing that I did. And it makes sense being over here on this side of it or whatever, you know, against the grain, I guess you could say, which, I mean, I'd say they're against the grain. And that's what I set out to do. It was to study and, you know, find out why people were calling them cult leaders, and where's this cult, and where's this church, and where's this prophet, and where's all that, you know, why you moved to Hawaii if you're, you know, starting a whole church. And then why would you build a church right there, you know, right by the other church? Why are you still a member of that other church? Then, you know, I learned about the scriptures and how it is prophesied that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints will go into apostasy, okay? And the Church of the Firstborn, that does not exist on this plane ever. But, okay, so it's a one plane up from Earth. So just pretend there's another layer over the earth. I don't know how to explain it. And that's where the Church of the Firstborn resides. So with that being said, okay, so Lori and Chad go through the temple, whatever, and they become James and Elena. They become sealed to one another. And actually, if anybody has read or, researched into the stories, the accounts by Tom Phillips and, crap, I just went blank. Brigitte and Hans Matzen. Okay. I mean, that's how I found this. Rob Norman, another one. Anyway, so I just kind of, and I went and researched into the original ceremony that was practiced by Joseph Smith, Brigham Young, and so on and so forth. And so whatever it is, I can't prove it. Okay. But I can prove, and it has been proven already in court, that they were at the temple at these certain times. Okay. I'm not trying to poo-poo on anybody's beliefs any more than they already have. Okay. But I'm just saying, I'm not going to sit there and pretend like James and Elena, the story that Chad Daybell wrote, that coincides beautifully. Okay. It corroborates every step of the way. Everything that Chad wrote about, it somehow came true in real life, because he was just writing a story in pseudonyms, basically. But I do believe maybe they were given those temple names. Okay. Just riddle this for a minute. And, okay, so they become James and Elena. Well, just as you have Tom Phillips, who shares his story about how him and his wife, now this was in England though, so, I mean, for what it's worth, in that temple where Tom Phillips and his wife were given an invitation, it's called an invitation of sorts. I don't know. I actually thought about it being called a call out at one point. It still could be, I don't know. And so it's basically, without looking at it, it's two apostles from the church. Okay. They're special witnesses for quote unquote Christ or the prophet, the living prophet. And so at this point in time, I'm thinking M. Russell Ballard and Dale G. Renland. And I would say that those were the two possibly that would have offered this invitation to Chad and Lori. I can't prove this. This is all just hypothetical. And so, however, that I think maybe that's why Lori was meeting people like Jason Mao and Melanie Gibb. She was being shown through the ropes. Like, I don't know if it was like, are you ready to double down? Like, is that what was being proposed to that temple or, to Lori at that time? Because Mike Stroud teaches you have to inquire. You have to inquire, meaning you have to go and pursue it and plead. You have to, talk to your counselor or whatever, the stake president, whomever you got to talk to. I don't know how this works. And you have to inquire and plead to obtain, I would say, immortality. Okay. Celestial wedding, a celestial marriage, eternal marriage, a new and everlasting covenant marriage. Okay. You become part of this club now. So it's like a recruitment system is how I see it. And Lori was kind of recruited, but also she was also recommended, because that's in there too. When there's a temple sealing, when there's a second anointing or something of the like, it appears that, it's like a word of mouth. And so someone would have had to have recommended that Chad and Lori take part in this. And yes, there are regular people that do take part in this, no matter what your preconceived notions are. I'm not here. There's nowhere to really corroborate this, because the church is not transparent, open, or nothing about this ceremony existing, first off. So not many members of the church, if you went up to them right now and said, oh yes, second anointing, they'd be like, what? Or they're going to tell you what they believe, because a lot of information is kept from the members of the church. So I believe that they were offered this invitation to become James and Elena, to partake is what it's called, partake in quotes. Okay. And you partake in the tree of life. You partake in the, like I said, the celestial, eternal marriage, the new and everlasting covenant. That's your covenant. So the new and everlasting covenant would be like news to New Jerusalem to New World Order, perhaps. I don't know. I'm just throwing that in there for possibilities. To become, basically polygamy still being practiced. Okay. That's just the point blank way that it would have to work in my hypothetical little scenario here. And so they do partake. And then instead, like Tom Phillips, he reports having, like, after his feet were washed by the apostle, which is a power trip, or it's just a mind trip for someone who isn't aware that their church leaders are even doing this kind of stuff, but then offering Tom Phillips, the invitation, him and his wife. And so they show up at the temple on a Sunday, okay, because temples are closed on Sundays, and you want to steer clear of traffic, I'm sure, because people will inquire and ask, like, why are you here? And so they show up on the Sunday to the temple. And then again, like I said, the apostle ends up washing, they go through the ceremony, and the apostle washes the husband's feet. He washed Tom's feet. And then the woman blesses the man. And okay, so they become equal in priesthood, okay, because it's Melchizedek priesthood. The holy order of the priesthood is what it's called. It's the fullness of the priesthood with one L in fullness. And so they go through this. Then Tom reports how now in this particular temple in England, where he and his wife just went through the second anointing ceremony, part of that second anointing ceremony, you're supposed to like go to your, I forget, like your house or whatever, and you're supposed to, seal the deal, I guess you can say. And instead, though, this temple had rooms inside the temple, like it's a freaking hotel or something. I mean, it's very like, what? So him and his wife, they go to their own private room, and she anoints him, like she puts her hands on his head and she gives him a priesthood blessing. Like that's so unheard of in Latter-day Saint, in Mormonism, because patriarch, right? It's all about the men. And so Lori saying that she has priesthood power, she's doing all these things, is not so crazy when you start to look at things like this taking place, possibly. Okay, so then after all that happens, it's such a euphoric feeling, especially for Tom Phillips, as he reported, because in this ceremony, and get this, okay, hold on to your boots, because this is the kicker. You become part of the Church of the Firstborn. You don't go build it or anything. It's not like go build it and they will come. It's like it's already there. It's just a title. It's just a privilege. It's just a dog whistle to all the other people who are exalted, quote unquote, who get 2 tickets to paradise in this life. And there are conditions to that. But anyways, just the power trip that would have had that I believe took place, because everything in that ceremony that I'm talking about right now is the same thing all the same things that Lori said to my uncle, threatened him with. I'm a translated being. I'm a leader, I'm a leader of the 144,000 going to usher in the second coming. You can go look it up right now and you will find it. It's verbatim, pretty much. Not in that order, but And so this, when let's say Chad and Lori went through this and they were dubbed king and queen, priest and priestess, God and goddess. I swear, I didn't make that up. Okay. King and queen, priest and priestess, God and goddess. And she said she was a goddess. Anyways, so let's just say that, and then they're exalted, right? In this life, they can, it's called calling an election made sure. That means that they are guaranteed, they have their pass into heaven right now, as of when they got it. And so another huge ass thing that comes along with this ceremony, allegedly, is that like Tom Phillips, I feel bad for him because, he's telling John DeLynn, Mormon Stories podcast, he's, trying to be honest and tell about this experience he had. Most Mormons aren't going to believe him because they're going to say he's just because he's no longer in the church because of this, right? Because of the ceremony that happened. And it seems to kind of be par for the course here. But he said, and I mean, it's embarrassing for him, and I get it. And I'm not making fun of him at all. I'm not making fun of Lori. I'm not making fun. I'm just trying to understand. But Tom Phillips said that he was so nervous. Like he didn't feel worthy because what I'm about to tell you, he had learned, as they all do. I learned this way too, by reading the accounts of the second anointing ceremony. Anyways, that he was going to meet Jesus Christ in the flesh, like face to face. Right. And so he was like, I just didn't feel worthy enough. Like, who, me? Like, whoa. So he was kind of expecting to meet Jesus in the flesh. And it didn't happen, of course, right? Just like Lori is saying she saw Jesus in the flesh, or whatever the hell. She saw Jesus in the temple. Okay. And I'm like, I don't know if she's just got to really like cling to this story, because this is also a secret society. And, you take a blood oath, you take an oath to, disembowel yourself, to slit your throat. I mean, maybe not anymore, but I would think in the secret, sacred second anointing ceremony that nobody really, that's practiced in secret, that it probably, and let's say it guaranteed your salvation. Like like somebody went up to you right now and was like, okay, you're saved. You're going to make it into heaven for sure. Okay. I promise. Like you're in there like swimwear. And so this happens to people, and it has happened to people. And so what makes Lori and Chad different than that? I'm not here to say whether they're rich, whether they're, Lori worked at the temple, Chad held a calling. I mean, they're pretty devout. And it explains why the church behaved the way it did, in my opinion. I mean, when you look at it this way, she's not fucking crazy. And I'm sorry, I just dropped an F-bomb right there, but it's true. She's not crazy. Someone told her these things. She believes it, and or she has to cling to it, because if she talks, she's dead. If she doesn't talk, she's dead. They're screwed. They got caught. And that whole jailhouse call between her and Chad, the day before the kids were found, that's just her saying like, hey, where's that guy? He's supposed to make sure this doesn't happen. Whoever that guy is, whoever the freaking contractor, it's not Alex effing Cox. I'll tell you that, because they're not doing all that. Okay. When they're done with you, they throw you away like a piece of trash. So if you're no use to them, they're done. So, I mean, he was dead. So they're not going to, I mean, they might talk about him just like they do at Visions of Glory, but it all tracks. Trust me, I wouldn't say this if I didn't. I wish I could say it better. I wish I could say, earmuffs. I wish I could say it more eloquent, but I mean, this is not, I did not sign up for this. Okay. I mean, I don't think any of us did, but it's like, what the are we doing here? And I mean, I do believe this goes back all the way to the beginning, the founding of the church, when they moved to the West and, to establish in Utah. And it was at that time, it was a, what do you call it? Territory. And I mean, okay. And I mean, really the mainstream church is the Brighamite church. It straight up is. So blood atonement galore. I mean, they go hand in hand with, in my opinion, with the second anointing. Okay. Because I would think you'd have to sacrifice some things or some people who assigned their missions. I don't think they assigned themselves their own missions. Okay. Because I hear more than just Lori and Chad talking about these goddamn missions. All right. And that's just the truth of the matter. So again, I may not be able to explain it. I may not be able to, point you exactly the way, not yet, at least. I'm still working on this. This is crazy. It's crazy if this did happen this way. it just seems like not so far of a reach. Lori didn't really see Jesus, right? That's a reach. Lori and Chad really did seal in the temple. I don't care if they self-sealed and or the damn priest was, I don't care, like, I don't care. This would also explain why Melanie and David Warwick, like, in January of 2020, right about the same time that the Sherry Dowdle recording was taken of Melanie Gibb practicing, I believe, her rendition of the murders of the kids, because I believe she was at both now. I believe she was present for Tylee's and JJ's murders, aka sacrifices. Okay, so you got to use the right terminology with people who cling to the letter of the law, so to speak. So when you speak of their language or you try to understand their talk in their language, then, which is what I've tried to do. I've tried to understand what the hell they were saying, because it was just a bunch of religious zealot talk. And a lot of people shut off right there, because you're just like, oh my God, it's just two old ladies cackling, just talking some nonsense, throwing freaking gang signs at one another, having a street battle and shit with scripture that I've never heard about before. I've never heard these characters. I don't know who Moroni is. I don't know. I'm like, Moroni, how everybody does. All these people, and I'm just like, I don't know who these people are, so it's like really starting in outer space, okay, and then working your way towards understanding this more and more. And but yeah, so January 2020 goes down, and there's a post that's posted, I want to say it was an ex-Mormon, it might have been Mormon subreddit, and it was basically Adam Vance, okay, who is also the guy who has that Julie Rowe voicemail that he said he chalked it off to basically Julie Rowe having a mental break. And I agree with him. But also, she was talking code. That's how they communicate. It's called a secret society, and you have to kind of adjust the way you see things in your world in order to understand. Like, if we never find proof of it, that's because we're not freaking looking, and that's why it's so damn successful, because and then we get gaslit when we do by the people that are out there to protect it, and or maybe don't even know they're protecting it and have no clue about it, but they're just jumping on the bandwagon with everybody else because, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. Am I? Actually, I'm just following the evidence of Lori and Chad. They're fucking conspiracy theorists, okay? Their shit is crazy town. And crazy is what works for these people. They need you to look crazy, so you are not believed, so you are like Charles Vallow, so I am like Charles Vallow, and so you shut the hell up, okay? And if not, they will shut you up, all right? Because they're protecting. It's gone on and on and on and on. And I don't give two shits, but yeah, I kind of do, because my family was sacrificed for their cause, so to speak, because they're all about bloodlines. Okay. I'm just saying they are. That's exactly what they did to my freaking family. They raided us. They raided my family. They raided their victims. They raid you. They raid the damn detective. They actually called, and I don't know if this was Melanie and David, because they obviously wrote this infamous Reddit email that is super, super, super in line with everything that went on in this case, right? And so this automatically just pops up out of nowhere on that Mormon subreddit. Hold on just a second. Ooh. Let me type this in. And let's see. It is right here. Let me go share. I'm not going to be much longer. It's sorry, 3 hours, y'all. It's just, they're so extra. There's so much to talk about. And I would just feel like I need to either get on the right page, with everybody else, and ditch all this shit, that I found so many answers through. Or I'm not asking all those rhetorical questions like, why did they do that? Well, this is why, because they were given this title. They were like, here you go, Chad and Lori, you are now part of the Church of the Firstborn, which is figuratively. It's not literally. All right. So this is the infamous Reddit email updated with previously redacted text that came in. You have to go look at Hidden True Crime to see all that. So it says, and my mom actually got a rendition of this too, because Nate had emailed her his interview, basically outline what he was going to interview Melanie Gibb. Remember her East Idaho News extravaganza in, I want to say April of 2020. She was on a roll. Okay. She was practicing and sharpening her, let's say, I suspect, I allege that Melanie Gibb was there for both of the murders for the children. I believe that she made up all this other shit, just like Audrey did. I do believe. That's just me, though. That, you know, kind of after the fact, they just kind of make up some shit. And that's why we hear a lot more zombie talk from her than we do Chad. And plus, that makes people stop thinking, you know? Oh, zombies? Oh, shit. It made me stop thinking for a long time. Just like when they say that JJ was on Alex's shoulder, that makes me think he was dead at that time. And I don't think that at all anymore. I think they were all there for the inversion of Jesus Christ via JJ, via Tylee. And I mean, it's actually in the FOIA docs where I'm going to try not to run off from here, but there is, talk between Melanie Boudreaux and Lori, and how they're talking about the first resurrection, yada, yada, yada. And they go to Missouri, and you actually did have to sacrifice of the oldest female virgin to obtain the church of the fucking firstborn. Get out of here. Don't tell me this shit does not exist, because this is proof. And I just feel so horrible for Tylee and JJ, because everybody just thinks about it. If this is true, and I do believe it is, that's just me. I'm not so set in my ways, though. I watched the evidence. I looked at the evidence. I've read it every damn day for the last 6 years. And I poke holes in it, because it's just like, it don't make sense. Okay. It does for a conviction. Cool. Whatever. This is for just real life truth, wanting to know what the hell happened to my family, why they were murdered, what they experienced, to the most accurate degree, so I can at least retell their story accurately and warn people about the right shit. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so this says the previously redacted text is in bold. Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. I need something to drink. They met technically September 23rd, 2019. That's a typo. Through Jason Mao at Temple. Chad was told around that time by one of the three Nephites, Mathoni, that a special woman would come into his life. November 2018. Together at this point, at the Mesa Preparing a People event time. Chad and Lori are sealed to each other in Temple, where they traveled to another upper room, which is another name for the effing celestial kingdom, quote unquote, where people get sealed secretly in a polygamous relationship, in my opinion, which is why she would call Tammy her eternal friend. Anyways, so there's that. Okay, upper room, and Moroni gave Lori to Chad. So let me read this over. Chad and Lori are sealed to each other in Temple, where they traveled to another upper room, and Moroni gave Lori to Chad. The Savior was there. These are just code words, and these are just roles. Okay, these are people just playing and saying these things. Okay. Moroni and Chad have been married to Lori in many other probations, prior probations. Lori is their favorite spouse, because she is a HOE, in my opinion. They're talking about Moroni and Chad. Okay. Or is the Savior? Hell, I don't know. Moroni gives up his sealing and gives it to Chad. Lori has been on 21 planets and Chad 31. Once he was a Holy Ghost. Now, there are things that I have found in these rituals, where they're actually practicing the priesthood. That's what you think they're talking about, at least. I mean, and they very well could be. I don't have it right here in front of me to say one way or the other, but I have found this role, what the Holy Ghost signifies, just like with the baptism of fire. And this is how they laugh and gloat about their wicked shit in front of your face. And they can't stand any of us. Just know that. They think we're stupid. They think they're smarter. And that's exactly how Lori fucking acts. I'm sorry, but it is. Chad. Okay, so Chad 5 times on this earth, and Lori has been 4 times. Chad makes a portal in Lori's closet so she can visit him. Okay. Then at a separate time, while in the celestial room, Lori puts her hand on Melanie's head and ordains her to be part of the 144,000. We hear this talk in Melanie Boudreaux, Ian Pulowski's, where he was recording his wife, trying to get info on the down low via Zoom. And so they're talking about how Melanie Gibb. They were saying how Melanie Gibb she was going through the translation process. So she knows what the hell's going on. Don't let her fool you. Melanie's head begins to radiate heat. Others can actually feel that heat. It's called You About to Burn in Hell. No, I'm just kidding. At this time, Chad told Melanie he had no relationship or interest in Julie Rowe. He had also previously said he didn't want anything to do with Suzanne Freeman. Okay. Chad and Julie had done energy work using a pendulum. Let's say energy work because this is what Chad has done, Tammy has done, Julie Rowe, Zalema Pastinas. They have all taken Dr. Bradley Nelson's course. Dr. Bradley Nelson, I believe he's teamed up with Tim Ballard too. I believe that's what I remember seeing. But I still wasn't sure. So, but I mean, I wouldn't doubt it because Dr. Bradley Nelson, who created the emotion code, body code courses that all these people went to practice energy healing. His foreword in his first book was signed, and it's very long. I encourage you to go look it up, but it was filled out by Tony Robbins. And so that's Tim Ballard's bud. Anyway, so, all right. Lori and Chad. Okay. Chad and Julie had done work using a pendulum and seer stone on people. I mean, Chad was doing a series. He actually did a series, 10 parts with Mike and Nancy James of Preparing a People that was about talking to dead relatives and shit. So he's a necromancer. He's into necromancy. Okay. So he's going to hell for what that's worth. And I mean, that's what he does. That's what they do. That's what's going on here. It's like Skull and Bones, but for the peasants. I don't know. I really don't know what they're doing, and it's really freaky. And yeah, if y'all want to, we'll talk about that soon, about Joseph Smith and his whole his whole immersement in magic, and I mean like dark magic, like the Key of Solomon, like Freemasonry. He was a master mason in one day. I mean, that's a miracle right there, huh? Anyway, so let me know if y'all want to do that soon. They make charts of, Lori and Chad believe that they are in charge of gathering. Oh, yeah, not to mention Chad and Julie, Tom Harrison. They would go meet Tom Harrison, Visions of Glory, author, whatever. Those are his visions of glory. And that's what Lori and Chad, I mean, I ain't never seen another author, here we are, like, everybody's saying, oh, yeah, Lori, like, read Chad's books and then she, like, what, got obsessed with him? No, I don't fucking think so. His books are horrible. But here they both are reading Visions of Glory. Chad so much so that he's like, to hell with the book. I'm going for the teacher. I'm going for the guru. Because, I mean, Tom Harrison said that he don't want to be anybody's guru. But, I mean, let's face it. It's opposite of what they say. So Julie and Chad, they travel to Salt Lake City. I mean, because Chad just looks like the kind of guy that would just jet set to Salt Lake City, because that's who would teach him and Julie how to portal. Portal, aka means astral project, aka means leave your body, all right, and go spy on people and shit in other realms. I don't understand it all the way either, but I'm just saying, how, if anybody who knows about LDS Church, they're in bed with I would say they are theocratic. I'll just say that. They are a theocratic society. FBI and the CIA actually scout, they have a office on campus at BYU because you can start that research. So anyways, they believe they're in charge of this. So they make charts of who the people are. And I have to say right here, this David Hamblin, their group, All their ancestors also keep these papers, just like it is explained by April Raymond about how Lori, she said that Lori appeared all disheveled and everything. She was real manic-like. And that's whenever Lori told her about Oprah Winfrey being the darkest zombie of all, the land, I guess. And we laughed about it, right? But I mean, there's truth to every one of these things. And two things can be true. More than two things can be true at one time, I believe. And I mean, I'm just really looking to find more pieces to this story. And I wish that I wish I would be taken more seriously in this sense, because yes, it's hypothetical now, but it's a theory right now. It's a working theory. And I don't know where this goes. I'm not trying to force it, but this is where it brings me. And this is their shit. And it doesn't bring me to, okay, it stopped once Lori and Chad were arrested. No, it stopped once Ervil LeBaron was. Yeah, I'm just saying it's that type of situation. So it didn't stop with them. So Jody and Ruby they're doing the same shit. Wow. Melanie Boudreaux, same shit, raiding their kids dark and shit. And they're zombies and they're trying to cast out freaking demons out of their kids. Okay. It's inverted. You've got Bonnie Holing, who is Ruby's sister. I mean, she's doing some really jacked up shit, blanket training and stuff with her babies. And I mean, I watched a video today that was alarming. Dad Challenge podcast. Go look at it, about Bonnie Holing. That's Ruby Frankie's sister. Anyways, Jody Hildebrandt too. This is like, I don't know what to make of it. Okay. So I'm just saying that it didn't stop. It wasn't just Chad and Lori that were doing this. Okay. It's a lot of people that are doing this, and whether they're in denial and or the church, never wants to deal with it because it's what they taught. It's what they're teaching. Everything's so effed up. And so people don't know right from wrong, light from dark, up from down, and out, justice from or love from hate. I mean, that's what's going on here. It's an inversion, and it's turned on its head straight up, and it's dangerous, as you can see. Because, of course, this is why we get the victim mentality. This is why we get they're being persecuted. And, they're blaming their own children who they think, Chad too, in his books, he portrays, that kids are the perpetrators. He's a victim. This is an inversion, y'all. And what about the rest of them, right? I mean, because this is going to continue to happen, because what we allow is what will continue. I just want to get to the bottom of it. I don't care who believes what. I really don't care. I just don't want any more kids or people getting hurt. So it says they make charts of, Hamblin, they have charts too that their ancestors, have passed down, and they actually mark people with a red or a black mark next to their name. I about crap myself when I was like, oh my God. So, okay. So Lori and Chad believe they are in charge of gathering the 144,000. They make charts of who the people are and who is sealed to who and how many probations they've had is the run-on sentence and who they have been in past lives. This chart was on Chad's computer, allegedly, and in his email. So it is now public property. I don't think that's how that works, but anyways, whatever. The 12 apostles are on this list. And so this is what you get when you search in the Chandler docs, right? Let me go here. It's right here. This is where you get the 7 eras of influence document. This is in the actual Chandler police FOIA request report. Okay. This is where, okay, hold on. They're rating people. This is, in my opinion, a ceremony. All right. And so they're just assigning these names. That's all. It's just meant to confuse things. There's a lot of church, a lot of state. There's the forefathers of, there's the Pilgrims, there's the Columbus, there's the Mayflower, there's a lot of really weird. It's from everything. It's from everywhere. So when you say that Joseph Smith, it's like a hodgepodge. Well, Chad Daybell, it's like a hodgepodge. Well, no shit. This is why, because it's crazy. They take it from everywhere because it's not meant to make sense. This is how they communicate, though, in my opinion. So there's a fictitious email. But I mean, this is James and Elena, Lily Connections document, 7 children, 4 sons. Kenneth, which would be Kenneth, oh shit, what's his last name? I forgot. Kenneth, allegedly had showed up to that lot and there's a thing called a casting lot that I'll have to share with you one day. It's in Bruce R. McConkie's book, Mormon Doctrine. And it's a casting lot, and it's occult. 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 That is what this is. Deal with it. I don't know. I can't, like, it needs to become mainstream. I don't care. Like, I'm not here to tickle anybody. I'm not really even here to convince you. You know, I really am not. I guess want to be believed, like my Uncle Charles was wanting to be what I think he was wanting to be believed. You know, it's not my crazy. I'm just showing you they're crazy is all I'm doing. I don't believe it. I'm just saying, holy shit, this is crazy, but it tracks with, Joseph Smith, who actually the day he was, quote unquote, martyred, and shot, him and his brother, he actually had a Jupiter talisman on him. I forget the dog whistle he said, to the brethren, right? To the brothers, because he was a master mason, and not to mention that, he was practicing black. He was like slitting goats' throats and all kind of black ones, pouring their blood in a circle. Come on now. It's crazy. And I'm tired of being lied to. I'm tired of it. It's like Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe's memories. They deserve this. Their stories deserve to be told accurate. I don't care about if I'm comfortable with it. I'm not comfortable with any of this shit. But I mean, you got to talk about it. I do. I feel we need to talk about it because it's their stories. It's the only thing that's left. And with Lori poo-pooing on everything and them every chance she gets, I mean, I made a vow. So I don't know. I'm just saying, I think we need to raise awareness about other things other than just Lori and Chad and Alex got greedy. Okay. Because you wouldn't be dismembering people, especially teenagers. You wouldn't be binding children and burning, their, whatever the hell, all the spiritual fucking shit. I'm sorry, but it is. It's cuckoo, cuckoo. And it's nonsensical. So again, their sons, here's Lori's wives, allegedly. Lania, daughter of Methuselah, married to Neil A. Maxwell, which is, that's Tom Harrison's mentor, who carried the torch in the 2002 Olympics that was made by, and I mean, he's friends with them anyway at that time. Gordon B. Hinckley was friends, I'm sorry, let me back that up. Retract. That was Gordon Bowen with Mitt Romney, who were in charge of putting together the events and everything, like I don't know, the shit for the 2002 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City. And so Gordon Bowen and Mitt designed that torch, and the torch symbolizes Satan. I mean, for what it's worth. But anyway, so Mary French was the wife of Robert Smith Jr., which is Joseph Smith Jr.'s, like great-great-grandmother or something like that. Some really weird shit. So here's all this. There's Phoebe. That's Melanie Gibb. And I think these are just things that they're assigned at the time. They had 7 missions to accomplish together, translate ancient records, write the book about the translation process, identify locations in Northeast Arizona for white camps. And I mean, I've located how Mike Stroud lives in Northeast Arizona, and I want to say near Snowflake or something like that. I forgot already. In the White Mountains in Arizona. Okay. Well, anyways, presidency of the Church of the Firstborn, which again is not literal, it's figurative. Help establish the food distribution as the tribulations start, and then delegate. I mean, I've seen this in regular Latter-day stuff. Ordained individuals to translation as the camp begins. And so we heard just now that Lori did. Lori ordained Melanie Gibb, according to that infamous Reddit email. And so provide supplies to righteous members of families. That's in regular stuff too. The 7 eras of influence document, the 100. Okay, so they're the 100. have served Heavenly Father throughout the history of the world, but they have worked as a group during the 7 eras of influence. I don't know what all this shit is. I'm just sitting here trying to put it together just like you. The city of Enoch and building Noah's Ark. The formation of the house of Israel, Abraham through Moses. This is specific right here. The Nephite journey to America. Tim's all about that. During Jesus's ministry, both in Jerusalem and the Americas. This is all, I think, what they're doing. And I mean, this is just me taking a poke at it. I mean, laugh if you want to. I laugh at myself and sometimes cry because it's not my crazy. I'm just trying to make sense of the nonsensical because it does. They understand it. So, I mean, it's not like they have to be intelligent. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just learning to pick up what they're putting down, so to speak. But it appears to me that they all want to accelerate the quote unquote second coming of Jesus Christ. They perverted everything. And I believe that they use Jesus Christ against us. I think no, I don't think they use scriptures. They invert them and they use the scriptures to control us. They use them to get us to get mad, to divide to become divisive and go against one another. They use all these tactics, mind control. It's real. I mean, enough real for me to be pissed off about. I mean, just like, oh my God, they're wicked. And it's not just Lori and Chad. It's a whole slew of them. And they all intend to be quote unquote. That's why Tim Ballard, Chad Daybell, Julie Rowe, all these assholes, this is why they make the money that they do. Because I do believe that they are quote unquote privy and they do have special intelligence because they were all inducted into this quote unquote Church of the Firstborn. It's basically just a title. It's a social standing, I guess you could say, especially in Mormonism, that you are going to, you're one of the righteous families and that you are going to be allowed into when they do this whole New World Order transition thing, allegedly. I don't know. It's a long standing conspiracy that's been just slowly, if they are doing this, which it appears, that's what I kind of woke up to. And I was like, holy shit, I was not looking for that. I was just like, this doesn't make sense. But when you start to look at the whole picture, I'm like, oh my God, they are saying that they're ushering in the second coming of Christ, but they don't mean that at all. No, and that puts fear in all of us because we take it because we don't do that kind of shit to people. We're not evil and wicked and shit. We're not here to trick people and fool people and to steal their souls. And we're not here to lead them astray. We're not here to, be here saying that we're men of God. And I mean, it's even in our church name, but yet, look at everybody's turned around, y'all. And it's not just Mormon church. It's in all of them. The Catholic Church too. Looking at Mormonism has made me look over at my own, faith that I grew up in. I don't really remember all the things, but I mean, it's very pagan. There's a lot of things that we do that are very anti-Christ. Let me just say that. And so before you get all mad, just do a little reflection, like just do a little soul searching, pray to your God. Nobody can stand in between you and God. That's just it. You don't need a middleman. You don't need a church. That's all just to dupe people. It's just to control people. That's what it looks like to me, at least, allegedly. And it works. Obviously, it works. It did in my family. It worked. And it's going to work again. And these people are ass backwards. And obviously they just think Diddy, okay? And Epstein. And I mean, I've tied Tim Ballard to Epstein. I've also tied Tim Ballard to Diddy. I've tied him to Carlos Slim. What else do I need to show y'all? Wait for him to murder somebody in front of us and then we'll be like, oh, okay, yeah. I don't understand it. And so it's like I get a little frustrated because it's like people, once you see this kind of stuff, you can't look away. It's like you've already crossed that threshold. You cannot you can't pretend it doesn't exist. You can't ignore it because there are people being hurt right now. And I don't, it's like, it really sucks to love everybody. Okay. But then to see them being used and exploited and, controlled, just it's such a bondage, and people are just so effing backwards. Not that, no, I'm not saying I'm the know all be all. I don't know shit. I'm really like, oh my God, I'm just trying to figure out what the hell. And then anyways, so, but it really hurts to see people stand up so strong for their church or their leaders, but I don't see that being reciprocated is what I'm saying. And it really sucks. I know it does. And I just know that you're not alone. You have a church here, so to speak. You have a community here. We got this. We don't need to empower these assholes to hurt everybody that we love. Okay. It's so weird. We like pay them and they demand that we pay. And like, if you're Mormon, you have to pay for everything. You have to pay for the mission. You have to pay for your temple garments. You have to pay for everything. Why? I mean, I'm not saying a handout. Even if you are unemployed and you're having a hard time and you're struggling, you got to go work at the bishop, whatever, store, house, whatever it's called. Which, I mean, I don't know, y'all. It's just bizarre. I mean, even getting food stamps is, you don't have to be like, become a slave to your church completely or the organization, I'm just saying. It's really sad and it hurts my heart to see this, like the people that are saying that's not my church. And I mean, I believe you. I believe it's not your beliefs. I do. Especially when you're standing so strong and saying, we don't believe that. That's Chad and Lori's bullshit. But that's the easy way out. That's the easy way. But then you got to look at all the other people before them and after them. Okay. And around them, and see all the by ye fruits ye shall know. That's one of Tammy Daybell's, she was said to have said that and believed that. And I believe it, because by people's fruit, if their actions and their words line up, then okay, they're not full of shit. But other than that, there's a lot of deception going on. And it's really sad to watch, especially once I kind of figured out what was maybe going on. And I mean, there's so much research being done into this that you can call it a conspiracy or whatever. I'm just saying, you ain't got to buy into it whole ass, just know that it's a possibility. Just know that, things ain't as they appear, so to speak. And that, it's even written in, if you're Mormon, then it's written in your damn scripture, y'all. I mean, what are you saying? Your scripture's wrong? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very, I don't know. It's very weird. Anyways, I've kept y'all so long. You've never seen? Okay, let me go grab the link. I'll share that with you. Yeah, I actually read it on my channel and I laughed so hard, but I just found out that JJ's mom, Mandy, had died. And just to read that, I had never read it for myself, like to go and just, and it was horrible. But anyway, so yeah, I have a video of me reading it. Or attempting to, and I mean, I couldn't get around a portal in her closet. I about tinkled myself every time. Like, okay, where's it at? Read it. Okay, there it is. All right, I'm gonna grab that link. I'll read a little more. It says, Lori and Chad believe I already said all that. The 12 apostles are on this list. Tammy is on this list and was put down as being married to John the Beloved, who is also Enoch. Chad was Enoch. Chad was John the Beloved. Remember? Chad calls Lori and tells her that Charles is now Ned Schneider. Lori tells Charles that he has become a zombie. His spirit has been hijacked by an evil spirit, and his spirit is in limbo. He was hijacked again and became Garrett. Then he became Eplos, 10 to 20,000 zombies, whatever the hell that means. When a zombie dies, its body can be reunited with its spirit, its real spirit. During this time, Lori is completely open. I don't think so. She's lying her ass off right here. Here, I'm going to switch it back over here. Okay. During this time, Lori is completely open to Charles, who she thinks she is. Well, I guess she was, huh? But he was like, oh my God, she's losing her mind up in here. Okay, so when she met Chad, she had already been translated in her mind and stopped wearing garments because they are meant to be a protection, and she no longer needs it. It's because she's effing exalted, okay? That's why she's not repenting like Serena Sharp says. All right, Charles files for divorce and does business trips to Texas. Lori received I'm sorry, my mouth is so dry, it's making sounds. Charles files for divorce and does business. Okay, Lori received a revelation that Charles will die in an accident on his way back home from Texas. They had just left us, okay, from visiting with us, Charles and JJ. He doesn't die, and Lori is frustrated and tells Melanie that she better leave her house. So this actually corroborates, and this was, so Alex went to Lori's house on the 10th. He had never been to Lori's house before. She gave him the address. She had only been there 3 weeks. Charles was paying $4,500 a month rent for that house from Joe Pongratz, who is another witness on the witness list. And I think Lori called, or I don't know if he's on state. Anyways, y'all can check that out. He's on Lori's for sure. So she calls the landlord, who was basically the reason that Lori, was pushed out of the house, because he was like, that's some bullshit. He said, Joe Pongratz, I'm talking about, he was supposed to meet Charles later that day, and he was going to go show him some other properties for Charles to move into. So, they could go through with the divorce. I mean, people do divorces every day, and people co-parent every day. I'm one of, I mean, that's what we do. We don't go murdering people. So anyways, and also Joe Pongratz talks about a pool party. So there's that part too. You can go check that out. I don't have it on my channel, but it's out there. Just Google it. He doesn't die. Okay, so she tells Melanie that she better leave her house. So this is on the 9th of July. Chad Daybell does a podcast. I know this. Chad Daybell does a podcast with Paul Pulsifer. Okay. And it's called Patience. And Chad bores us with his sing-song voice. And he's just like, yeah. And he talks about patience. But we all know, if you have to look at them like they're not talking about scripture. Pretend they are not. Just pretend it's a story they're telling you. So you have to, like, what they're saying, what they're elaborating on, what Lori was paying attention to in this other podcast with Melanie and Chad, where they're talking about Jesus and blue eyes and, oh yeah, that weird shit, that because it's gross, they're like making out with each other via Jesus. It's really gross. It's really fucking gross. They exploit everything. Just, you can't have any bars for them. It's very low. It's very low. So, he doesn't die, and she's frustrated, makes Melanie leave her house. All right. She calls and has Alex come stay with her. Yep. Next morning, Charles is killed. Chad told Alex that he was an angel that had come and stopped Laman and Lemuel from hurting Nephi, and that he is now Lori's protector. Alex believed all of this, and Melanie believes he was her hitman and did all the killings. That's because her ass was there, I'm sure. So this, again, was published in January of 2020. All right. That's also a good time to listen to the Sherry Dowdle call recording of Melanie Gibb being all blasé, saying that, yeah, that Lori and Alex did set this up as a self-defense to bait him, just like that's Alex's MO. He's done this before. He's shared the same exact sentiment with his ex-wife Debbie, who I understand, like Rex and Adam, they discount her and they just say that she's out for the fame. But I mean, again, I think it's a projection thing. That's just me. And a need or a want or a desire, or it's just maybe built in. And this is how these generational families exist, because everything's protected unless you have people like Megan who have the balls to stand up to the bullshit, So thank God for Megan. But I'm just going to say, that it really threw me off when I heard Rex and Adam it was more Rex than anything, say that about Alex's ex-wife, that she was in this for the fame. I mean, she called. I'm glad she called. We preach for people when they see something to say something. We can't be assholes when they do actually come forward and say this ain't Diddy. No, they ain't chasing. No, that's so bullshit. Let that die. Okay. That's a bullshit freaking excuse. Okay. Sometimes you just have to accept that your family members do some really shitty shit. You can love them. You can hate them. You can cast them out. Whatever you got to do. Okay. But you got to deal with it. You cannot keep brushing it off like it's nothing, because that is another huge proponent and huge problem in this system. Anyway, sorry. All right. So she calls Alex. Okay. Chad told, okay, I already said that. Alex believed all this, and Melanie, okay. Charles had Lori committed to mental facility, and they tested her, and she told them who she was. I doubt it. And I'd love to hear it. Translated, part of the 144,000, they let her go, unless it was a Latter-day Saint. I just thought about that. I mean, just possibility. You know, whomever worked at Community Bridges. I did go check out the roster a long time ago. I was like, oh God, who knows who? All right, so July 11th, 2019, Charles is killed. September, wasn't that twice? Anyways. Charles is killed. September 2019, Lori moves with kids to Rexburg. Melanie is aware that Chad and Lori have taken trips together while both of them are still married to their spouses. She's doing it too. She's okay with it. They took a trip to visit multiple temples. I believe I have that book, y'all, and receive revelation on who is part of the 144,000. This is where they're doing their weird, in my opinion, this is where they're doing their conspiring, and they're raising their vibrations, because they believe that when you go to the temple, it raises the vibrations. They're able to astral project. Okay. They're able to travel outside of their body and go spy on you and cause harm to you, whatever. So it says, they get up early in the morning to walk around the BYU I track together, holding hands and kissing. Tammy has become suspicious. Chad tells Lori that Tammy and their children have now become a zombie. So see, when everybody's like bitching because Chad's kids did not become zombies, unless they're talking about Tylee and JJ here. But Chad tells Lori, oh, I get it. It's the way it's written. All right. See, inversion. Chad tells Lori that Tammy, I was thinking in Tammy and his children. Anyways, my bad. They're still not zombies. Anyways. Lori, meanwhile, is telling Melanie that she can't wait to have sex with Chad and how it's such an important part of who you are, and everyone should be having it at least once a day. And once she was with Chad, they would be having it 3 times a day. Right? Chad and Lori told Melanie that Alex, Kay, and Tylee have now become zombies. Chad and Lori told Melanie. Okay. Melanie talks to Lori all the time after Lori moves to Rexburg. In September, they were always on the phone. Tylee and Alex were in the background. Tylee was in the background yelling at her mother about how she was always on the phone, which she was. Look, this is the interjection, y'all. Tylee, this was actually in the the probable cause that was entered by Ron Ball. Now I get it, because they say it came from Melanie Gibb. So there's no phone call of it, okay? Tylee was always yelling at her mother about how she was always on the phone. Lori said that Tylee had turned zombie. I think Melanie turned Tylee zombie, in my opinion. Melanie went to visit Lori. Tylee was not there. Okay? Very misleading, right? In the Sherry Dowdle call, it sounds like Melanie Gibb only shows up, and she testified to this. She didn't testify to being there for fucking Tylee and the OUR Rexburg Rescue Run race the weekend Tylee was murdered. I believe she was hunted. I'm sorry. It's called human hunting. Melanie asked about her, and Lori said that Tylee had moved on. I don't think so. Bullshit. Tylee's things were not in the house anywhere. JJ, her Jeep was there. It's a huge ass, like 4,000 pound vehicle that nobody's driving except y'all. I just wonder. God. Anyways,
Okay, so JJ was there and he was angry and really acting out. Again, I really do think that Melanie Gibb and David Warwick came up with this whole knocking Satan's picture off the damn refrigerator and climbing the cabinets, and that way David could throw in his expertise as a contractor, as a general contractor. Well, I didn't see any evidence. Like, he looks for evidence, okay? First off, can we just rule that out? Because he don't look for evidence. Because he is spitting out dreams and visions, aka communicating with other Satanists, okay, that are part of his coven. He's been doing this with Tom Harrison a long time ago. John Mueller, all them people, Abraham Gigliotti, Karen Prier, I think her name is. Anyways, yeah. I'm sorry if I sound bitchy. I'm not being bitchy to you. I'm just bitchy at them. Melanie went, okay, Tylee was not there. Melanie asked, okay, she said she wasn't there. JJ was there, angry, acting out. Lori said that JJ was possessed. Oh, it's dinner time, I guess. Lori wanted to give JJ back to Kay, but couldn't just return him. Why? Because you are selfish bitches. Lori needed to be free. According to whomever wrote this, Lori needed to be free to complete her mission with the $144,000. We already know that's been established with other people, even that the $144,000 is like couples only. Okay, it is not for children. That's why they asked Melanie, or Lori allegedly asked April Raymond to, find somewhere for her boys to go. Even in Chad's prayer or whatever blessing that he gave to Ian and Melanie, and it's like after the fact, like he already knows that the cops are like on to him, and that's when he's like, you need to move from Rexburg, and he's just like, just pretty soon. And she's like, well, I thought you said it was a city of light. And he's like, yeah, well, change of revelation. And so again, he knows this. And so in the blessing, he's like, yes, I see you and Ian, basically y'all are going to go on and do your missions. And, you're going to leave your kids with trusted family members. And I was like, your ass, your ass. He is not dumb. I mean, he's sneaky. Let's just say it. He's very manipulative, as is his old lady. All right. Lori needed to be free to complete her mission with $144K. Melanie thought of a plan, which was, hey, just fake breast cancer. Just tell Kay you're sick, because that's what normal people do. And Melanie is the think tank behind that. Lori would call Kay and tell her that her health had taken a turn and she couldn't care for JJ. As Melanie left for Arizona, she came up with this story. No, she didn't. Lori was going to call Kay. That was the plan, right? According to Melanie. A few days later, Melanie asked how the call went to Kay. Lori told her that she had changed her mind and sent JJ somewhere else. Okay. That he was, and I want to get that freaking recording of, my mom has it, of Melanie Gibb. Off the record, it ain't turned over to nobody. It's just them. Lori told her that she had changed her mind and sent JJ somewhere else, that he was really happy there because this is the everlasting joy. This is the everlasting covenant. And this is the song they sing, even where they talk about joy. So wherever Lori, or this thought process between this Melanie and all these assholes in their belief system, this is what they believe. They believe that they are delivering the demon. They're putting their kids where they're on the other side and they're busy doing work and shit and forgiving Lori. Why would they forgive her if she didn't do anything wrong? You didn't do anything wrong, Mom. Well, then why are they telling you that? Why are you saying that they're telling you that? That she, okay. And doing really well. All is well in Zion. All right. So Lori withdrew them from school. No, them. I mean, and this was the last anyone saw of them. Lori calls Melanie at the end of September and said that Tammy was on to them. October 2019, Tammy dies. Chad calls Melanie and tells her not to answer the phone. This, I believe, is just some bullshit too. I really do. They got to cover for one another, and we're learning that with Joe. What we're doing with my series or whatever with Joe Schmo, and we're talking about the Gadiant and robbers. Y'all, is freaking crazy.
It's like they wrote it about themselves. And so we know that they project. And if you just keep that in mind and you think about how they're dubbing Brandon Boudreaux, Melanie Boudreaux-Pulaski's ex-husband, they're saying that he's part of Hitler's group and yada, yada, yada. But they are doing what, that's what they're doing. She accused Charles of cheating and she was the one cheating. So just saying. Projecting. So where am I at? I want to finish it, but Melanie asked where the kids were, and they said they were Kate. Oh, whoa. So Chad calls Melanie and tells her not to answer the phone because the police would be calling her because he told them that the kids were with her. Melanie asked where the kids are, and he said they were with Kay. That's weird. It's like R to were. With Kay. Later, police came to her house and she told them what she knew. That's because the FBI had set up shop outside. They even like interviewed her son, Melanie Gibbs' son. So, I mean, if that came in anywhere, it would come in Arizona. It had the interview with her son, Hunter, I think his name. Later, police came to her house and she told them what she knew. Now that don't sound right. Because that sounds like a lie. That's some liabilities because this is October 2019. I don't fucking think so. Melanie calls Chad and Lori and says she is really upset with them for saying she had JJ. So right here, she's telling the police, right? Before she tells Chad and Lori, before she records them basically to get her insurance. And if it would have said anything that incriminated her, I guarantee you she would never have turned it over to anybody. Burn without reading. All right. So when Melanie asked where the kids were, did I already say that? Oh, when Melanie asked where the kids were, since Kay was asking for a welfare check, Chad said, quote, where no one will find them, unquote. I thought Alex said that. So anyways, Melanie felt her salvation had been ruined. Why her salvation? And this is exactly why Lori's clinging to hers, because she said if she, what'd she say? She said, I have to be accountable because if I'm not, my soul, my very soul would be at stake if I did. And I mean, that's why, because they did some really dark shit. And so whether or not they believe it or not, they got to cling to it, because if not, they have to, if they have a conscience. I don't really think they do, but if they do, when they do, they have to Lori has to come to terms and Chad has to come to terms with what they have done in the name of blasphemy, apostasy, smiting Jesus, God, the children, everybody, humankind. Okay. They're going to have to regress back 21 kingdoms or whatever. I'm just saying. All right. So Melanie. So why does Melanie feel like her salvation has been ruined? Unless she's talking about, now this could be, she's saying Lori's salvation has been ruined. You know how they talk. That she would never have Heavenly Father's love again. Who, Melanie or Lori? She knew beyond any doubt that she had been deceived. Sounds like the phone call with Lori. That her passion for more knowledge, which is the further light knowledge, that's the dog whistle, had taken her away beyond the mark. She started fearing for her life. She left her kids with her recently divorced husband, this is Melanie, I guess, and kids' father, Brendan, and went and stayed with David Warwick in Utah. And I believe they just got married because they didn't want to have to testify against one another, I swear. Melanie's former husband and kids went into hiding for Christmas. This is all before we find out, y'all. I'm just saying. Melanie said that other people were also going into hiding. I would say, Nancy, James, Mike James, because they came out of hiding. They're the only ones that talk like this shit. Okay? I just caught that. Yep. They have been dating and are on Chad and Lori's chart. I would love to see what Melanie Gibb and David Warwick's little pen names are or whatever. David becomes skeptical and wants out of it. He just wants out of this coven, maybe, because he done did his what do they call it? He called it a sanctification. Look it up. It's very cultish if you know what to kind of You got to invert it. I'm just saying. David becomes skeptical and wants out of it. She sets her straight, okay, Melanie Gibb, and has her give full report to police. She also records a conversation over the phone with Chad and Lori where she confronts them. Well, where's this recording? Oh, yeah, she did. Okay, yeah. And Lori, where she confronts them about their false beliefs and cheating on their spouses. Lori blows her off and quotes scriptures of why Melanie's wrong. I would say Melanie did the same thing. In this 20-minute phone call, they yelled back and forth at each other. Melanie calls them core whore. This was early January. Okay, then just know Sherry Dowdle's up in this area too, where I think she just called her. She was a fan of Melanie Gibbs, and Melanie just picked her one day on Facebook, Messenger or whatever, and just called her. And thank God Sherry Dowdle recorded it. So November 2019, Chad and Lori married. Day after Thanksgiving, Melanie receives email from Lori full of beautiful pictures of their wedding on the beach. Remember, Justin Lum says 666 photos. It's gross. She didn't even know they got married at this point. Well, I mean, she just said got married. December 2019, Alex dies. Possible blood clot in lung. Melanie says kids are most likely dead. All were probably killed by Alex. Melanie remembers that Lori and Chad were frustrated why Tammy had not died yet. Chad told Lori, it's not that easy to get someone's spirit out of their body. I'm on to them what they're doing, y'all. It's got to do with that Dr. Bradley Nelson shit and this astral projection shit. At any time, Lori and Chad could tell the number of zombies there were in any given state, usually around 20,000 nationally. So could be one of us. They also said two of the apostles are zombies. So this again, who's calling the two apostles zombies? Why is it Ballard and Renlund? And then, because it says Ballard and Renlund. Why would they become zombies in this email made up by David and Melanie? They also believe that the SHTF, which is the shit hit the fan, is this year, and which means doomsday, which means the same thing that Chad and Lori effing believed, okay? July, second coming, quote unquote. Okay, but they act like they don't. Anyways, they also believe that they need to learn how to write. I don't know. They also believe that the SHTF is this year and they could just wait this out in Hawaii and then come back. And so right here, a note says, I didn't change anything in this document except for adding the text, which is in bold. That wasn't in the first infamous Reddit email, so any typos or mistakes or wrong dates were there originally, meaning the people that compiled it either made a mistake or had wrong information. And so with that, okay, and one day I'll share the one that Nate Eaton shared with my mom because they all differ slightly. It's really interesting. So I'm putting this in the chat. But I don't think she said that, Carolina. That's just the misinformation that I believe is going on here, because that's what happens with these brotherhood things. I'm trying to take this down. There we go. Oh crap. Where am I at? Oh, okay. Ha. Anyway, so what I'm saying is that a lot of conjecture can be added in here because of the way I believe that all of them participated. Especially, I do believe Melanie Gibb. You can't be there when both kids are freaking murdered and just pretend like you were just duped and you're so gullible as can be. She says it just like that. I'm just as gullible can be. And she's bullshitting everybody, okay? Wolves hide in sheep clothing all the time. And obviously, is it the status quo? It is if it's true. I don't see. Melanie had only been around Lori for since September, maybe. And she acts like she'd been knowing him forever. She, I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't believe anything that any of them say. I just kind of have to go in the middle of it. I believe that Melanie offered that as a wow factor. It's to make us shut up. She didn't like Tylee. She did not like Tylee. And she sensed, obviously, she has made it very clear that Tylee did not like her. And I wouldn't either if I was Tylee. And I swear to God, That girl is so freaking brave. That girl is so brave. And all those weird people around them, and just took her phone away the day after Charles was murdered, took away her Jeep, her freedom, gives it to him, takes it back, right? Yeah, MG wanted to save her ass. Yeah, no, it's not proven. That's just it. So that's part of, I mean, a lot of damage is done by people like Melanie Gibb, and what I'm reading about it with the Freemasonry, with the secret society bullshit, which is exactly what this is. I mean, this is Joseph Smith. He was a freaking Freemason. Did I just lose Facebook? I think I did. Over. Maybe not. But that's what this is. It's smoke and mirrors, because they have people who do this. They have like the conspirator. They have these different roles, which I found in the LDS Church of Satan, like what they allege David Hamblin is all in. And the touching games, the opposite games, where it is so alike. It is so similar to what is going on here in this case, in my opinion, and also with the Bishop Pace memo. Holy crap. Y'all, I mean, this is it. This is the belief system for sure. This is the mothership. And it's been long told about. I mean, this, and basically the Bishop Glenn L. Pace, which, I mean, I'm getting that together right now too. The story from that, it was some really bad child essay over in Lehigh, I want to say, but don't quote me, or Nephi, I forget. It's some Utah town, Bountiful or whatever. It's southern Utah. Okay. And I'm not saying everybody, I'm just saying there is a very potent problem right there, concentrated, and a lot of these inverted beliefs. And I just want people to be aware. We're going to learn together, because, it's like whenever we talk about these things, then it puts things into perspective. It's like once I verbalize and say these words, and it helps me process them. That's why I love talking to y'all too. It helps me process. Yeah, I really think that, I'm not saying that Lori and Chad didn't say zombie. I'm just saying I never saw an instance, but they did say Z's. I'm saying they all said it, but I think that Melanie and David Warwick did their best to keep the rest of them safe, if you know what I'm saying, and to save their own asses too, because this is more than one person. This is more than two people. This is more than three. This is a whole group of inverted assholes, Satanists, who are right there in Rexburg, who are right there in Utah, who are right there. Okay, they're Jody Hildebrand, Ruby Frankie, the Bonnie Holing, Tim Ballard, M. Russell Ballard, in my opinion, if you ask me. A lot of I say all the apostles. I'll say I don't know them all. I don't know any of them, but I haven't studied all of them. But like M. Russell Nelson, I'm sorry. Let's see, I get their names mixed up because they all say Russell. Russell Rusty Nelson. He is the living prophet of the Mormon Church right now. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying that, like his daughter and son-in-law were implicated in some really horrendous sex ring, child pornograph, where they're doing some really evil shit, like torture, like just to these little babies. Okay, but nobody believes the freaking kids. We gotta believe the kids, y'all. Kids, it's bad enough they don't have the right things, they're not equipped with the right language and descriptors and all the things to even say it, but they do say it. They say it because they wet the bed. They say it because they're scared to sleep in their room at night now. They say it because it's happening to them. So they're going to act it out. They're going to act it out. So the kids talk. You just need to learn how to recognize it. Just like we need to learn how to recognize them communicating in plain sight. That's what everybody says is in plain sight. Well, I never found it. Well, because we never really I don't know. I get, it bothers me when people, consider this or what I'm doing or what I'm researching. And it's like when they consider it to be debunked or QAnon or bullshit. And I'm just like, what? This is my family. Like, I don't have any other motives here. I'm not trying to say that I'm not, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. Will I ever? Probably not. But I've gotten really, really low and to the bottom. I've gotten further than mainstream brought me, for sure. I mean, it was a good help, and I appreciate everybody's, I appreciate prosecution and the detectives and everyone who worked on this case, everybody who was put out on these cases by these people, still being put out by these people and hurt by these people. And so that is their mission, so to speak. Their mission is just, I agree with Colby in this. I do also agree that Lori is talking to somebody. I think they're all talking to somebody. It's an angel of light, the same one, whatever that looks like. I don't know. I don't pretend to know everything. But she believes it's God. And people are so turned around and upside down. You don't know right from wrong. If light is dark, obviously. You don't know the left-hand path from the right-hand path. They're basically skewed together, like meshed, just like everything else. There's no boundaries. There's an enmeshment, and it's toxic and it's bad. And I just haven't seen anything good come out of it, except for people leaving it. And that's just me. And just know, for all of you who did leave it, you're my fucking hero, straight up. Like, I'm so proud of you, and to continue to just speak your truth. That's all you have to do. You don't have to talk bad about anybody. They do it on their own, they do it on their own. And if they're not found out right now, we just have to be patient, and it's in God's time, and just, we can't control it just as much as they can't control us and children and the world, right? They want to control the world. They want to rule the world. They want power over everybody. It's power fight, power struggle. And it's stupid. Everybody's just trying to play God. And I'm not God, but it's his time. And I'm just a vessel. And that's all I am here for. I know I don't do it very eloquent. Hey, I cuss like a mofo, but I love hard, and I love fierce, and I'm loyal, and I want real, authentic, genuine. It's still there. It's still out there, it's here. It's you, it's me, it's us. And real talk. It's like, we shouldn't be like scared. And I have been, I'm saying this because I've been scared of talking about this shit because of what people will label it, because they do label it. And again, whether they play for that team or the other team or whatever their motive is, whatever the hell they're doing, or if they are unaware of this underworld or whatever the hell this is, these Satanists that pretend to be regular people, and they exploit they exploit you. They study us just to exploit us. I mean, down to after they're dead. Look at Chad Daybell. He did this to my family after they were dead. He exploited them even in their death. Lori is exploiting them even in their death. So it's just something to think about. Exploitation, it's strong. Thank y'all so much for listening to me babble their crazy, religious, bizarre shit. Okay? Because it's not mine. I see madly in love with Jesus. Thank you. Because I don't know scriptures. And I mean, again, I've been undercover, basically, so to speak. Reading all the things that Lori and Chat, like, I knew to go look up multiple moral. I knew what things to go look up. Okay. But it didn't make sense to me because I'm like, what? And these are different, So it was easier for me to read it without attaching Jesus to it, or because Jesus is not here. And anyways, but thank you for sharing that. And no wonder, for Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. 2 Corinthians 11:14. Thank you for that. And amen, right? Amen. And so I don't wish anything bad on them. I just know that, God is the judge. And so Lori does say it all the time, that, you will see whenever we both stand before Jesus, and it's coming. He's coming soon. Girl, she better hurry up and go repent is all I'm saying. And then she might want to write her honey and tell him he might want to repent. And they might want to repent and really mean it. And then they might really want to find the real God, the real Jesus Christ, the one where his atonement was enough. It wasn't extra. There was no like, well, Tom and Bill, you know what we got to do? Add some shit because we got to correct it, so to speak. It's crazy. She has jury selection starting tomorrow, or I don't remember. It's starting tomorrow, I think, or the next day. And then opening statements start April 7th, allegedly. Thank you, Madeline Love. Unforgivable. Exactly. Difficult research. This isn't about conspiracies. All this shit is real. Oh, thank you. You have too. I see you everywhere. Learn and learn. That's all we can do, right? I mean, I've learned a lot of things that I'm like, oh, I do that. I was taught this. Holy crap. You learn about your own world and how misled we've all been. We're not exalted, so we shouldn't expect to be perfect. Like it's okay to admit like, oh yeah, wow, I was taught this and I've been doing it all wrong, and then spreading it to the next person. It's like a damn spiritual disease or something. But we have to heal, y'all. We're not their victims. That's what they want. They want us to be their victims because they have got the savior complex and they, want us to have to depend on them. And I don't think so. Not today, Satan. Right. So thank y'all for being here. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. We'll might do a breakthrough live tomorrow. Won't be 4 hours and change long, but I don't know. We're gonna just kind of play it by ear until we know what to do. And if I'm not here, then Donna will be here. And thank you so much for being here. And just send prayers to Mom, Megan, and Joe, Tracy. Everybody that's, over there. JoJo's over there. But I mean, what I'm saying? Everybody who's dealing with Lori and her energy vampirism. Let's just send them some healing energy and they're going to need it. So love always wins. Just like Michael Charles said. And it will. Bye. See y'all later.